I gotta make the keybinds as well. Okay, I'm live. Hello. A minute. So first things first is today I am going to be installing and running the good old-fashioned Photoshop.
Mr. Wilson is always live.
Yes, Dan.
Documenting my life 24/7 for 10 years. TTS is on. Say hi in the chat or just hang out in the background. You're always welcome.
It is in the instructions. So install a program and wait for it to be installed fully. Boom, now you can run the it's pretty what the fuck. Continue. This guy scared me. I'm using I did the 2020 version of 2020 version where like to do the 2023 and I set the I have really good workflow when it comes to making decisions about the universe. I'll send you the thumbnail as well. I feel like nobody thinks I can be up at this time. It's an illusion. Wait, what the fuck is this? Bro, this she goes to some like weird like what is this? What is this? You should get most probably like once we have like a little bit of a significant audience and we're in the same niche. I saw her be on a channel with like 1,000 subs or something. The video had like, but now I think she's famous. She's Hollywood now, so we don't really know. But yeah. Iranian style santoor. We play human-made lo-fi in the park. Yo, there's a market for this. Somebody donated wishes really do come true. I'm listening to instrumental music and the flood of AI made content makes it hard to find.
Almighty Dreddy. Holy shit, someone's up early.
What happened? Yes, I am up early. Yes, that is true. I'm trying to I'm trying to change the timing to
Almighty Dreddy. You have the chance.
I change the timing to like waking up at like 10 or so.
Byron Williams. Get in.
Get in. Hello, Byron. How you doing, dude? Okay, so I have downloaded, and now I guess it's time to sit and edit.
Byron Williams. Hello, Wilshawn. See what I did there. How are you?
I'm doing good. Yeah, it's time to just get jiggy with it. Do you like to get jiggy with it? I like to get jiggy with it. I'm gonna edit, so what I'm gonna do is add some like key binds, right, where I went like tick 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 tick, and like you know what I'm saying. Let's send this to Lily. If you change this to
Diva C's. Good morning, pineapple.
Morning. Alrighty, right. So premiere here. Yeah, I need to fix this. So I forgot how to do keyboard
You get
shortcuts.
never.
Oh yeah, there it is. Ripple trim, cuts, previous
Wally.
edits.
Life.
Zoom tool. No, this was the cut tool. I forgot. No man. Hello.
Diva C's. Life. Wally. Hello, beautiful human being.
Hello, how you doing, Wally? So I want to do ripple delete.
Wally. Beautiful Diva C's.
So this will be my clear.
Diva C's. And gorgeous Wally.
What were those shortcuts? I forgot the names of those shortcuts. Man, every time I reset Windows, I have to do this.
Ever experienced determinism, also known as the absence of free. Now, this is not a video. You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free.
Sound essentials. Oh man, I forgot. Okay, so clear. Let's just remember this. For ripple trim,
here are 10 shortcuts that I use every single time I open up Premiere Pro. This video is sponsored by Adobe. Top right. To access your keyboard shortcuts, go up to Premiere Pro, keyboard shortcuts. The great thing about this window is if you hit any key on the keyboard, it will show you exactly what command that key does. If I press and hold down the forward delete key, you'll notice that it tells you the exact commands that key will do, as well as if you were to add any modifiers. Like if I add shift, the command would be ripple delete, which leads me to the first shortcut that I use all the time, ripple deleting. Now staying inside my keyboard shortcuts menu, I want to showcase to you that you can actually apply 2 different keyboard shortcuts to the same command. Because I ripple delete a lot while editing, I also want to apply the T key as a shortcut. So to do this, I'll go to the search bar, type in ripple delete, double click in the negative space right here, and I'll hit the T key. Below, it will give you a warning if you are going to override any previous shortcuts with that keystroke. Because I don't use the type tool very much, I'm completely fine with having T as a shortcut for ripple delete. I'll hit OK, and let's say we want to completely get rid of this turtle clip. Highlight the clip, I'll hit T to ripple delete that clip. And what ripple deleting does is delete the section that's highlighted and shift all of the clips over. Now let me undo that, and let's say I wanted to get rid of a whole section of clips here. From the time this person jumps over the fence, all the way to when this dog is grabbing this stick. A common way to ripple delete in this case would be to set an in and out point. So I'll hit I on my keyboard where I want my in point to be, then I'll scrub over to where the dog is biting the stick, and I'll hit O on my keyboard to set my out point. And if I hit the keyboard shortcut to ripple delete, it will delete everything that's within the in and out brackets. I hit T, and we ripple deleted that whole section. Now let me go over a similar method called ripple trimming. And let's say I actually wanted to keep this turtle clip, but only the part where the turtle falls off the log like this. On the keyboard, I'll hit the Q key, and notice how it ripple trimmed from the playhead to the previous...
Wait, it is still there?
Diva C's. Love the creative and cinematic learning era.
Yes.
You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. Now, this is not a video. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not.
This edit point. And now I want to ripple trim from my playhead to the next edit point. From this point forward, if I hit W, it deleted everything in that space and shifted everything over.
Alright.
To recap, when ripple trimming, it's Q and W. Instead of creating cuts or splits on the clip by using the razor tool, the command that I think is faster is to add edit. If you're
Alright, so add edit. I'm gonna go into the sequence, keyboard shortcuts. Go here and we gotta do add edit. Okay. Then we gotta do this. And we gotta do delete. PDF. I think this is good enough.
You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment. This is just a thought experiment. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC. But can you experience being an NPC? So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC. But can you experience being an NPC? So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC. But can you experience being an NPC? So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC. But can you experience being an NPC? You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? And for this, we will go. And for this, we're gonna have to make a clear distinction between information and experience.
Oh my god, I just realized this looks horrible.
So information in itself, information is not independent of the self. What do I mean by that? Have legs. Information is independent of the self. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? What I mean is the sun rises is a piece of information. What do I mean by that? The sun rises is a piece of information. What do I mean by that?
I don't know how many times I said what do I mean by that.
Okay. Yes. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? The sun rises. It is independent of yourself. No. Information is independent of the self. The sun rises. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? I mean the sun rises. The sun rises is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There is a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in. There is no I involved in this. Like the sun is. There is no I involved in this. Experience, on the other hand, you can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. So we're going to assume that you are an NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? And for this, we're going to have to make a clear distinction between information and experience. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? The sun rises is a piece of information. What do I mean by that? Yes. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? The sun rises. It is independent of yourself. No. Information is independent of the self. The sun rises. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? I mean the sun rises. The sun rises is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There's a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. Of these a clear distinction between information and experience. Information is independent. What do I mean by that? The sun rises. Experience. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? I mean the sun rises and experience. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? I mean the sun rises. The sun rises is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There is a cup of tea on my table. There is a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need. None of these objective facts need the self. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in. There is no I involved in this. Like the sun is. There is no I involved in this. A cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in this. Experience, on the other hand, however, requires an I. I am drinking tea. Experience, on the other hand, however, experience, however, requires an I. I am drinking tea. There is no I involved in this. In short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not. This is probably gonna sound really cringe. Probably gonna sound. I am drinking tea. This is probably gonna sound. Drinking tea. This is probably gonna sound really cringe, but in short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not.
Right.
Experience, on the other hand, requires an experiencer, the self. I am watching the sunrise. I am drinking tea. I am playing basketball. All of these experiences are not independent of a subject. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. To summarize, information does not need a self, and experience needs an experiencer or the self. So, what do I say when I say? So, what do I mean when I say the absence of free will? What do I mean when I say the absence of free will? These four choices. I want you to choose one. Okay, I want you to choose one of these. Okay. So what do I mean? What do I mean by the absence of free will? You have these four choices. I want you to choose one of these four choices. Now, given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you chose C, you can make a causation for it. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day, or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. Maybe you were feeling like B that day. But like all of that, but anything you chose was already determined. But anything you chose is already determined. So now the question is. So now here is the paradox. So now here is the paradox. If there is no free will, that means that there is no agency. You did not choose. It was already predetermined. It stretches as far as to saying that even you, yourself, does not exist. Even you, yourself, is also, even you, the thing that you feel is the self, does not exist. No, even you, the thing that you think is the self.
Messed up.
Is basically all the deceit. Is basically everything around. No. Okay, so let me do this portion again. It was about the self. Yeah. So now that we've defined, so now that we have a clear distinction between information and experience, I want to tell you what I mean by the absence of free will.
Monkey.
Because you got these choices, and the absence of free will will be whatever you choose is irrelevant. You have no agency because you can form a causation as to why you chose the option B, why you chose the option A, and why you chose the option D. That is essentially what it means. That is essentially what it means to say that there is absence of free will. But that runs into a problem. If there is absence of free will, then there is no self. Like all your self, like the thing that you feel is the self, is also predetermined. Wait, I'm just recording a video. I'm sorry. Basically, you have no agency. Basically, what that means is you have no agency and you have no self. Now, if you have no self, you cannot experience And that is basically the paradox. If you have no self, no man. And that is basically the paradox. If you have no self, okay, and that is basically the paradox. If experience can be only defined in terms of the self, and having no free will implies that, having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. So you can't really experience the absence of
Monkey. Absence of female means having no self?
Free will. Absence of free will.
So you can't really experience the
Free will.
absence of free will. It's the brain's cognitive limit. If you have a brain, trust me, you have. Okay. If you have a brain, then you have a self. If you have a brain, then you have a ego. When you do shrooms and stuff, but then you get to do shrooms all the time. You snap back out of it. That means your biology, your brain, stops you from experiencing the absence of freedom. And that, I think, to me, is a very wonderful thing, because you can have the information that there is no free will, okay, and this whole information just lies in classrooms, philosophy classrooms and stuff. You will always have agency because your brain is cognitively wired to have agency. And that's a very good thing. You can use the information you get from determinism.
Man, I did a lot of mistakes.
Like, you can
recording.
take this information that
one thing is, the edit gets easier if you don't fuck up the recording.
you can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? And for this, we're gonna have to make a clear distinction between information and experience. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? The sunrise is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There is a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in this. Experience, however, requires an I. I am drinking tea. This is probably gonna sound really cringe, but in short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not.
Oh my god. Fuck.
Need the self. There is no I involved in this. Experience, however, requires an I. I am drinking tea. This is probably gonna sound really There is no I involved in this. This is probably gonna sound really cringe, but in short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not. Experience, on the other hand, requires an experiencer, the self. I am watching the sunrise. I am drinking tea. I am playing basketball. Experience, on the other hand, requires an experiencer, the self. I am watching the sunrise. I am drinking tea. I am playing basketball. All of these experiences are not independent of a subject. all of these experiences are not independent of a all of these experiences are not independent of a subject.
My mind is gonna belt. Yes.
Just bear with me. Just bear with me. Difference between. Just bear with me.
My mind gonna melt.
Just bear with me. To summarize, information does not need a self, and experience needs an experiencer or the self.
I think that's not a very difficult point to. It's not even like hum nim 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 nim.
Just bear with me. Just bear with me. Difference between. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. To summarize, information does. Just bear with me. To summarize, information does not need a self, and experience needs an experiencer or the self.
This is not original thought. This is David Hume.
And
this is a philosopher. This is like, you know, a thing. Man, people have talked about this for ages and stuff.
Experience needs an experiencer or the self. So, what do I say when I say? So, what do I mean when I say the absence of free will?
So now I gotta like define the absence.
So what do I mean when I say the absence of free will? So what do I mean when I say the absence of free will?
Wait, which one are we doing?
Let's say you have these 4 choices.
There were no 4 choices there. I had to put them.
So what do I mean when I say the absence of free will? Let's say you have these 4 choices. Let's say you have these 4 choices. I want you to choose one. The absence of free will. Let's say you have these 4 choices.
We'll add them in post.
I want you to choose one. Okay, I want you to choose one of these. Okay. So what do I mean? What do I mean by the absence of free will? You have these 4 choices. I want you to choose one of these 4 choices. Now, given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you chose C, you can make a causation for it. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day, or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. Maybe you were feeling like B that day. But like all of that. But I need to choose already. So now the question is, now here's the paradox. So now here's the paradox. If there is no free will, that means that there is no agency. You did not choose. It was already predetermined. It stretches as far as to saying that even you, yourself, does not exist. Even you yourself is also, even you, the
does
thing
not
that you feel
exist
is
seems
the self,
like very, very
does not
weird.
exist. Oh no, even you, the thing that you think is
Queef
the self.
Alpha. Good day.
It's basically
Hello.
is basically all the deceit. Is basically everything. Okay,
I
so
think I
now
might
we've
have to
got
like
this.
restart.
I do not exist.
So now that we've
No. If there is no free will, then there is no self. Okay, but it is not possible for there to be no self because the brain is hardwired to creating a self. So you will never be able to experience the absence of free will. You will always have a self. You will always exist. I am so sorry to tell you this, but yes. Yeah, this is gonna be just a throwaway video.
Define.
I feel like now.
So now that we have a clear distinction between information and experience, what do you what I mean? I want to tell you what I mean by the absence of free will.
Wait, what the fuck? So I'd say all of that and then I'd say it again.
Queef Gadafa. So even when I die, I will exist?
No. When you die, it depends. What you're calling I here is is the self that your brain creates. Okay, so when your brain dies, your self dies, and then you die. Yeah.
Okay, so you got these choices, and the
We've
absence
got-
of free will will be
You thank
whatever you
goodness.
choose is irrelevant. You have no agency
That is if there is if your
because
brain
you
can't
can
make the
form,
self.
because you can form a causation as to why you chose the option B, why you chose the option A, and why you chose the option D. That is essentially what it means. That is essentially what it means to say that there is absence of free will. But that runs into a problem. If there is absence of free will, then there is no self. Like all your self, like the thing that you feel is the self is also predetermined. Wait, I'm just recording a video. And see. Basically what that means is you have no agency and you have no self. Now, if you have no self, you cannot experience. And that is basically the paradox. If you have no self, no man. And that is basically the paradox. If you have no self, okay, and that is basically the paradox. If experience can be only defined in terms of the self. And having no free will implies that, having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. It's the brain's cognitive limit. If you have a brain, trust me, you have a self.
Yeah, just. Oh my god, man! I didn't record this.
I'm familiar with ad edit.
Really, but now I'm realizing that this is just gonna be like a 2-minute
You
video.
move the playhead anywhere
Right.
along the timeline and hit Command K on Mac or Control K on Windows, it creates cuts on the clips. Instead of having Command K as my add edit shortcut, I've switched that to F. Now let's talk about select clip at playhead. By default, you can do this by hitting the D key. So with the playhead above my clip, if I hit D, it will select the clip at playhead. Two other things to add to selecting a clip. One is the modifier of holding Option while you're selecting the clip. So if I hold Option on Mac or Alt on Windows and select the clip, that will allow me to select only the video or only the audio. To add on,
Yeah, let me go take a shit. Haven't.
Queef Gadafa. Shoot. Monkey.
You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on experience or not having free will. So we're going to assume that you're an NPC, but you can experience being an NPC. And for this, we're going to have to make a clear distinction between information and experience. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? The sun rises is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There's a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in this. It's probably gonna sound really cringe, but in short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not. Experience, on the other hand, requires an experiencer. The self. I am watching the sunrise. I am drinking tea. I am playing basketball. All of these experiences are not independent of a subject. Just bear with me to summarize. Information does not need a self, and experience needs an experiencer or the self. So what do I mean when I say the absence of free will? Let's say you have these 4 choices. I want you to choose one. Okay, I want you to choose one of these. Okay. So what do I mean? What do I mean by the absence of free will? You have these 4 choices. I want you to choose one of these 4 choices. But given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you choose C. You can make a causation. But it's why you choose C. You can go back and form a cause as why you choose C. You can see that.
Speak if you're daddy, I am your daddy.
That day. But like all of that, chose was already dependent. But everything you chose was already. So now here is the paradox. If there is self and experience needs an experiencer or the self. Now given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is... Okay, I want you to choose one. I want you to choose one. Okay, I want you to choose one of these.
Speak, yo, is
so
everything
what do
fine? What's going on?
So what do I mean? What do I mean by?
Oh, I'm editing video.
What do I mean by the absence of free will? You have these 4 choices. I want you to choose one of these 4 choices. What do I mean? I want you to choose one of these 4 choices.
Grachi. Bendy
Absence
yellow.
of free will.
Hello.
I want you to choose one of these 4 choices.
I'm editing a video. What's up?
Now, given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D,
Speak, good boy.
every choice, absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D. Let's say you chose C. You can make a causation for it. C, whether it is D, to C. You can make. Let's say you chose C. You can make a causation for it. The reason why you chose C. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day. Or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. Maybe you were feeling like B that day. But like all of that. Or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But like all of that. But everything you chose was already dependent. But everything you chose was already But anything you chose was already. But anything you chose is already determined. But anything you chose is already determined. I am watching the sunrise. I am drinking tea. I am playing basketball. All of these experiences are not independent of a subject. This way, let me to summarize. Information does not need a self, and experience needs an experiencer or the self. What do I mean by the absence of free will? I want you to choose one of these four choices. Now, given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you chose C, you can make a causation for it, the reason why you chose C, and go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day, or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But everything you chose was already dependent. But anything you chose is already determined. Chose was already dependent. But anything you chose is already determined. A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But everything you chose. You were feeling A that day. C that day, or if you chose A, maybe everything you chose is already determined. Back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day, or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now the question is, so now here is the paradox. Whether it is D, let's say you chose C, you can make a causation for it, the reason why you chose C, and go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day, or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. That day, or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now the question is, So now here is the paradox. So now here is the paradox. So now here is the paradox. If there is no free will, that means that there is no agency. You did not choose. It was already predetermined. It stretches as far as to saying that even you, yourself, does not exist. Even you yourself is also, even you, the thing that you feel is the self, does not exist. No, even you, the thing that you think is the self, it is basically all the deceit, is basically do this portion again. It's about the self. Yeah. So now that we've defined, so now that we have a clear distinction between information and experience, I want to tell you what I mean by the absence of free will.
Wait. What the fuck?
Whether it is C, whether it is D. Let's say you chose C. You can make a causation for it. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day. Or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now here's the paradox. If there is no... It is already determined. So now here is the paradox. C. Because you can form a causation as to why you chose the option B, why you chose the option A, and why you chose the option D. That is essentially what it means. That is essentially what it means to say that there is absence of free will. But that doesn't go wrong. If there is absence of free will, then there is no self. That there is absence of free will. But that runs into a problem. If there is absence of free will, then there is no self. Like all your self, like the thing that you feel is the self, is also predetermined. Basically, you have no agency. Basically, what that means is you have no agency and you have no self. Now, if you have no self, you cannot experience. And that is basically the paradox. If you have no self, no man. And that is basically the paradox. If you have no self, okay. And that is basically the paradox. If experience can be only defined in terms of the self. This is already determined. So now here is the paradox. If experience can be only defined in terms of the self, and having no free will implies that having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. For it. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day, or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now here is the paradox, and that is basically the paradox. If experience can be only defined in terms of the self, determined. So now here is the paradox. If experience can be only defined in terms of the self. Okay. Experience can be only defined in terms of the self. And having no free will implies that having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. Having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. It's the brain. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. It's the brain's cognitive limit. If you have a brain, trust me, you have a cell. The brain's cognitive limit, the absence of free will. It's the brain's cognitive limit. Absence of free will. It's the brain's cognitive limit. If you have a brain, trust me, you have a cell. Okay. If you have a brain, then you have a self. If you have a brain, then you have a self. Your brain is cognitively, your brain has a cognitive limit, and your brain can only view the world by creating a self, an ego. Brain's cognitive limit. If you have self, so you self having the absence of free will paradox. Experience. So now here is the paradox. Experience can be only defined in terms of the self. Having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. It's the brain's cognitive limit. If you have a brain, trust me, you have a self. Your brain has a cognitive limit.
Oh my god.
Monkey.
And your brain can only view the
Does
world.
the self exist when we sleep?
Yes. Self will always exist because the I think I guess because you stop experiencing the way you're experiencing. Yes, I think your brain, that part of your brain shuts down when you're sleeping. Oh wait, yeah, that part of your brain shuts. And then you wake up and that part gets lit up. Oh my god, yes, no. Very good. Very good. That explains sleeping.
It's me.
Huh? Yes, that explains sleeping. No, I don't know, like you get dreams and stuff as well. So, I mean, these are unexplained phenomenons or something. You know. Self is your conscious experience. So when you sleep, you don't have a conscious experience. Yes. So yes, there is no self when you sleep.
You have a self. Your brain has a cognitive limit. Experience the absence of free will. It's the brain's cognitive limit. You have a brain. Trust me, you have a self. Your brain.
Okay.
Self. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. Your brain has a cognitive limit. And your brain can only view the world by creating a self, an ego. And your brain can only view the world by creating a self, an ego. Now you can experience. Now people say that you can experience there being no self when you do shrooms and stuff, but then you can't do shrooms all the time. people say that you can experience there being no self when you do shrooms and stuff, but like, you know, you can't do shrooms all the time. Then you, like, you know, you can't do shrooms, or when you do shrooms and stuff, you know, you can't do shrooms all the time. There being no self.
Oh my god, so much.
Snap back out of it. That means your biology, your brain, stops you from experiencing the absence of free will. Me is a very wonderful thing, because you can have the information that there is no free will, okay, and this whole information just lies in classrooms, philosophy classrooms and stuff. You will always have agency because your brain is cognitively wired to have agency. You can have the information that there is no free will, okay, and this whole information just lies in classrooms, philosophy classrooms and stuff. You will always have agency because your brain is cognitively wired to have agency. And that's a very good thing. You can use the information you get from determinism take this information that if there are, like, you can take this information that if you have no agency and other people have no agency and we're just fucking, that if you have no agency and other people have no agency and we're just fucking NPCs, then you will be less hard on yourself and the people around you. You'll be more empathetic. So you can genuinely give yourself a reason to be more empathetic, be more kind, and be more beautiful, just like I am. Genuinely give yourself a reason to be more empathetic, be more kind, and be more beautiful, just like I am. be more kind and be more empathetic. Why is it? So you can give yourself, well, to be more kind and be more empathetic. So although you are an NPC and you will never experience what it like. So although you are an NPC, you will never experience what it's like to be an NPC. Alright. I hope this was a good video.
Okay. Just overview.
You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? And for this, we're gonna have to make a clear distinction between information and experience. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? The sun rises is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There is a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in this. This is probably gonna sound really cringe, but in short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not. Experience, on the other hand, requires an experiencer, the self. I am watching the sunrise. I am drinking tea. I am playing basketball. All of these experiences are not independent of a subject. Just bear with me. To summarize, information does not need a self and experience needs an experiencer or the self. What do I mean by the absence of free will? I want you to choose one of these four choices. Now, given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you chose C, you can make a causation for it. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day. Or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now here is the paradox. Experience can be only defined in terms of the self. Having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. Your brain has a cognitive limit, and your brain can only view the world by creating a self, an ego. People say that you can experience there being no self when you do shrooms and stuff. You know, you can't do shrooms all the time. You snap back out of it. That means your biology, your brain, stops you from experiencing the absence of free will. You can have the information that there is no free will, okay? And this whole information just lies in classrooms, philosophy classrooms and stuff. You will always have agency because your brain is cognitively wired to have agency. And that's a very good thing. You can use the information you get from determinism that if you have no agency and other people have no agency and we're just fucking NPCs, then you will be less hard on yourself and the people around you. You will be more empathetic. So you can genuinely give yourself a reason to be more empathetic, be more kind, and be more beautiful. Just
like
to be more empathetic, be more kind, and be more kind and be more beautiful. Just like kind. Be more kind. So you can give yourself to be more kind and be. So although you are an NPC and you will never experience what it like. So although you are an NPC, you would.
Jordan Peterson, who, man, it is a word salad, but it's fine. But like some things can't be defined without, like some things can be made simple but not simpler, right? You have to know some jargon. Yeah.
You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. So we're going to assume that you're an NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? And for this, we're going to have to make a clear distinction between information and experience. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? The sunrise is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There is a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in this. It's probably going to sound really cringe, but in short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not. Experience, on the other hand, requires an experiencer, the self. I am watching the sunrise. I am drinking tea. I am playing basketball. All of these experiences are not independent of a subject. So maybe to summarize, information does not need a self and experience needs an experiencer or the self. What do I mean by the absence of free will? I want you to choose one of these four choices. But given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you chose C, you can make a causation for it. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day. Or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now here is the paradox. Experience can be only defined in terms of the self. Having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. Your brain has a cognitive limit, and your brain can only view the world by creating a self, an ego. But people say that you can experience there being no self when you do shrooms and stuff. You know, you can do shrooms all the time. You snap back out of it. That means your biology, your brain, stops you from. You snap back out of it. That means your biology, your brain, stops you from experiencing the absence of free will. You can have the information that there is no free will, okay? And this whole information just lies in classrooms, philosophy classrooms and stuff. You will always have agency because your brain is cognitively wired to have agency. And that's a very good thing. You can use the information you get from determinism, that if you have no agency and other people have no agency and we're just fucking NPCs, then you will be less hard on yourself and the people around you. You'll be more empathetic. So you can genuinely give yourself a reason to be more empathetic, be more kind. So although you are an NPC, you will never experience what it's like to be an NPC. I hope this was a good video.
Okay. Yes. Yes. I'm gonna add some time.
You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? We're gonna assume that you are an NPC, but not having free will. So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? And for this, we're gonna have to make a clear distinction between information and experience. And experience. Information and experience. Information and experience. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? The sun rises is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There is a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in this. It's probably gonna sound really cringe, but in short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not. Experience, on the other hand, are not independent of a subject. Just bear with me. To summarize, information does not need a self and experience needs an experiencer or the self. What do I mean by the absence of experience needs an experiencer or the self. What do I mean by the absence of free will? I want you to choose one of these four choices.
Shubham Tharat. Speak Hi Wilson back again.
Hello, welcome back.
choose one of these 4 choices. Now, given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you chose C.
How you doing?
D. Let's say you chose C. Free choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D. Let's say you chose C. You can make a causation for it. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day. Or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now here is the paradox.
Shubham Tharat. Speak I'm thinking F this and start learning coding languages and AI agents and start freelancing projects while doing B.Tech in some college.
I mean, that could work. I mean, it'll just increase your knowledge, which is a good thing, I guess. No?
Already determined. So now here is the paradox. C that day. Or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now here is the paradox. Experience can be only defined in terms of the self. Having the absence of free will implies that
Little bit more louder.
is already determined. Or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now here is the paradox. Experience can be only defined in terms of the self. Having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. Your brain has a cognitive limit, and your brain can only view the world by creating a self, an ego. People say that you can experience there being no self when you do shrooms and stuff. You can't do shrooms all the time. You snap back out of it. That means your biology, your brain, stops you from experiencing the absence of free will. You can have the information that there is no free will, okay? And this whole information just lies in classrooms, philosophy classrooms and stuff. You will always have agency because your brain is cognitively wired to have agency. And that's a very good thing. You can use the information you get from determinism, that if you have no agency and other people have no agency,
okay, so basically okay.
KT. What's up, King?
Deciding.
snap back out of it. That means your biology, your brain,
Gabriel Plore.
stops you from experiencing the absence of
by
free
the beauty.
You can have the information that there is no free will, okay? And this whole information just lies in classrooms, philosophy classrooms and stuff. You will always have agency because your brain is cognitively wired to have agency. And that's a very good thing.
Flabbergasted
you can
by the unstopping
use
entropy
the
that Wilson
information
commands.
you get from determinism, that if you have no agency and other people have no agency and we're just fucking NPCs, then you will be less hard on yourself and the people around you. You'll be more empathetic. So you can genuinely give yourself a reason to be more empathetic, be more kind. So although you are an NPC, you will never experience what it's like to be an NPC. I hope this was a good video.
Okay, so let's review this.
You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. So we're gonna assume that you are an NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? And for this, we're gonna have to make a clear distinction between information and experience. Information is independent of the self. What do I mean by that? The sun rises is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There is a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in this. It's probably gonna sound really cringe, but in short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not. Experience, on the other hand, requires an experiencer, the self. I am watching the sunrise. I am drinking tea, I am playing basketball. All of these experiences are not independent of a subject. Just bear with me. To summarize, information does not need a self, and experience needs an experiencer or the self. What do I mean by the absence of free will? I want you to choose one of these 4 choices. Now, given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you chose C, you can make a causation for it. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day. Or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now here is the paradox. Experience can be only defined in terms of the self. Having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. Your brain has a cognitive limit, and your brain can only view the world by creating a self, an ego. People say that you can experience there being no self when you do shrooms and stuff. You can't do shrooms all the time. You snap back out of it. That means your biology, your brain, stops you from experiencing the absence of free will. You can have the information that there is no free will, okay? And this whole information just lies in classrooms, philosophy classrooms and stuff. You will always have agency because your brain is cognitively wired to have agency. And that's a very good thing. You can use the information you get from determinism, that if you have no agency and other people have no agency and we're just fucking NPCs, then you will be less hard on yourself and the people around you. You'll be more empathetic. So you can genuinely give yourself a reason to be more empathetic, be more kind. So although you are an NPC, you will never experience what it's like to be an NPC. I hope this was a good video.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna just leave it at that. Go to D and go to downloads and
You can never experience determinism. also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on the experience of not having free will. So we're going to assume that you're an NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? And for this, we're going to have to make a clear distinction between information and experience. Information is independent of the sun. What do I mean by that? The sun rises is a piece of information. Humans have brains is a piece of information. There is a cup of tea on my table is a piece of information. None of these objective facts need the self. There is no I involved in this. This is probably going to sound really cringe, but in short, facts don't care about whether you have a self or not. Experience, on the other hand, requires an experiencer. The self. I am watching the sunrise. I am drinking tea. I am playing basketball. All of these experiences are not independent of a subject. Just bear with me to summarize. Information does not need a self, and experience needs an experiencer or the self. What do I mean by the absence of free will? I want you to choose one of these four choices. Now, given that there is absence of free will, every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you chose C, you can make a causation for it. The reason why you chose C. You can go back and form a cause as to why you chose C. Maybe you were feeling C that day, or if you chose A, maybe you were feeling A that day. But anything you chose is already determined. So now here is the paradox. Experience can be only defined in terms of the self. Having the absence of free will implies that there is no self. So you can't really experience the absence of free will. Your brain has a cognitive limit, and your brain can only view the world by creating a self, an ego. But people say that you can't experience there being no self when you do shrooms and stuff. You can't do shrooms all the time. You snap back out of it. That means your biology, your brain, stops you from experiencing the absence of free will. You can have the information that there is no free will, okay? And this all information just lies in classrooms, philosophy classrooms and stuff. You will always have agency because your brain is cognitively wired to have agency. And that's a very good thing. You can use the information you get from determinism, that if you have no agency and other people have no agency and we're just fucking NPCs, then you will be less hard on yourself and the people around you. You'll be more empathetic. So you can genuinely give yourself a reason to be more empathetic, be more kind. So although you are an NPC, you will never experience what it's like to be an NPC. I hope this was a good video.
I think we're done. But is it way too jargony? I did add like titles and stuff into it, so it's not that jargony. I don't know. Okay, I think I've messed up. Yep, I have messed up. Oh man, why did it do it in
Monkey. No, it's fine. I was just joking.
Oh mother, this whole yeah, I'm messed up. This whole time I've been like, oh man. I messed up. Sequence timeline setting. It was 1080, 920 by 10. Oh shit. Now I'm gonna have to figure this shit out. Messed up.
Wasim, did you do the thing today?
I did do the thing.
Wasim, and are you all done with Photoshop too?
Yes.
You can never experience determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment.
Make a video on why humans love war.
Okay. That's not a bad topic actually. Thank you. That's actually not a bad topic.
It is absence of free will. Every choice you make, whether it is A, whether it is B, whether it is C, whether it is D, let's say you chose C, you can make feeling A that day, but anything you chose is already determined. So now here is
Wasim, how many days into the stream did you stop trying to get people to stay on the stream / entertain them?
I don't know, I don't remember.
you can have the information that you can have.
Okay, now I think if I do this, it might work better. Hopefully. Okay, done. And done. Now I'll send this. just send it to. Oh man. Now we wait for this to upload. Hello? Yes, oh, okay, so I sent you. No, I didn't send thumbnail. I want you to like look over the video and like tell me what you think first. Yeah. Yes. It's not, it didn't go to even 5 minutes. So yeah, no. Yeah. I love you.
Hello, Will. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? Doing good? Hell yeah. I'll ask for something to eat.
I'm good. MWR Gaming. Yo, have you seen Ishospeed's new song?
No, no. How you doing? Holy shit, I write a lot, bro. What the fuck?
Monkey. Iran is claiming Pakistan has promised to nuke Israel if their existence is threatened.
Fuck.
genuinely think that political grifting is probably one of the most profitable things you can do online right now. Now, Matt Pat, the former host of game theory, film theory, style theory, food theory, he's actually delved into the world of politics in hopes to create a legislation about working conditions for online creators. Because as you guys know, as a YouTuber, I find this very hard. I get up at 3 in the afternoon, I speak words to a camera for 10 minutes that's way too expensive for the quality of these videos. Same with this microphone, and then I send it off to an editor who does 90% of the work. You really don't understand how difficult it is, guys. So on the 10th of June, Matt Pat actually put out a tweet making a pretty big announcement to anyone that didn't know. New Quest, Washington, D.C. After 2 years of work, Steph and I have just launched the Creator Economy Caucus in the House of Representatives, the bipartisan group where creators can work alongside lawmakers to ensure legislation is timely and relevant for the internet age. We've already got 10 reps on board. We're just getting started. We'll eventually want to assemble creator advocates from around the country. So if you're interested in helping Washington understand our world, stay tuned here for more info. Okay, like you're watching a daily slot channel, the research here isn't going to be anything amazing, but 21 minutes isn't kind of in the political sphere. A caucus, or a congressional caucus in this case, it's a political organization composed of politicians. And they basically try to group together behind a single issue that they all agree with. There's going to be something politicians feel really strongly about, or an issue that really heavily relates to their individual constituents. You have big caucuses like the Freedom Caucus, the Congressional Equality Caucus, but then you have very niche ones like, for example, the Congressional Cement Caucus, or the Friends of Wales Caucus. I don't know why you want to be friends with anyone in Wales, but that's on you. Also, I'd like to say we have a restock of merch. We have caps, tees, and look, I say every video, and after they've got a pretty rigid two-party system. You vote Democrat or Republican, that's pretty much it. You can vote a third party. Yeah, so you keep telling yourself that. Like someone in the UK saying they're voting green for like bread and chain here, they'll never get it. I think in the UK, the only place that consistently actually always holds a great seat is Brighton, and that place is so progressive, although Minecraft YouTubers move there. Well, the point I'm trying to make is a lot of European countries, you've got parties that are pretty nuanced, just looking left and right. We look at it as who was through, and there's like lots of things, but you might not have the debate on regional aspects of being taken by small casual parties. You might be a political party, you have a sort of different ideas, but you want these very first things, like, French, what's that usually like? Okay, coalition. That's formed of socially and physically conservative Democrats and they would vote and legislate more right-wing or Republican than more moderate sector Republican parties. So, like, this is like, oh my god, what we just now do? Basically, explain this to that's what is created a party, but people have to say what these values for a specific thing without having to create a whole new independent party. So they're going to like this, like, have all these really simple values, and members that basically elected by the so they can bounce together, basically, push all of this caucus, you know, there's all the creators basically work alongside politicians, lawmakers to basically ensure legislation is timely and relevant for the internet age. That's his quote. Now, this is something that caucuses actually have access to that a regular political party might not. You know, the ability to bring in like experts or specialists, basically trying to help with politics. Now, I would say like, when people have been elected, it doesn't make politicians knowledgeable about every topic related to politics. So I think there's really people, politicians who kind of can't really date the theory of their heavy influence what people do. And as we know, like, there's stuff that's not there. There's no meaningful political that's bigger than voting. That's basically creators can come in and bring their thoughts to the internet. Obviously, don't try these things like
Gandalf gave them. What's up, my sweet caramel-skinned brother from another religiously ambiguous nation?
Nothing, just edited a video and now I woke up pretty early today, so just feeling a little sleepy. How you doing?
Gandalf gave them. Been good thanks the birthday was a relaxed vibe, so that's nice for me.
You get drunk?
Gandalf gave them. Hell yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Wesm 224. Am officially back.
Good to know. I'm
Wesm
officially
224.
lying
Last
down.
Ramadan was the last time I hopped on your stream.
Oh, so it's been like a year? Well, that's good. How's life been for you?
Gandalf gave them. Ramadan in Iceland challenge where sun never sets. Asquir. Use the sleepy Afu, but at least you are cool sleepy Afu.
Yo, finally made the video. I was hoping it'll be like around 5 minutes, but it turns out that if you cut the ums and ahs and stuff, it goes down to 3 minutes. Uploaded, so meanwhile I'm gonna think of a new topic to start the video thing on. We need a longer thing.
Asquir. Happy belated Lundman. Asquir. Cut out the hopla. Asquir. Hoopla asterisk. Gandalf gave them. Fu wasili a fu video making a fu who eats bones kind of fu blog.
Jose Pedro García Velasco 14.
Do you know Iran is attacking Israel? Asqueer. Busted off fu. Gandalf gave them. Thanks, Oscar. Still my birthday for me, so don't weep. Grachi. Hawaiian pizza kokomo me. Asqueer. Hell yeah, time for some cake. Asqueer. Tualim.
So boys, what's up? Where is life
Gandalf
going?
gave them. Man, red wine is really cheap.
What do you mean?
Gandalf gave them. Give me a juice box anytime, am I right, Willie?
Isn't red wine good? I think I have drank red wine. It is good.
Cabernet? How more like Cabernet.
I only drink blue wine. I believe. I don't drink red wine. Okay, wine is more expensive here in Pakistan than liquor. Is it the same case there as well, or is wine cheaper? Like when I drank wine here, it was like kind of like cheap. I think a cheap version of what you guys drink, but it is more expensive.
Asqueer. If you've accepted the good Lord in your life, you've definitely sipped on some of the finest blood-derived Cabernet.
That is true.
Asqueer. It depends, you can get super cheap wine, but it's cheeks. Gandalf gave them. Wine tends to be much cheaper here.
Okay. Well, here wine is like fucking because obviously, like, it's illegal. Like, you know. I think it will be just one day of hell and then I'll
Gandalf
get
gave
back on schedule.
I assume.
Yeah. It is illegal, so I mean, wine is considered very fancy. Yeah, you can get
Gandalf
vodka bottle and just destroy
Man, is
yourself.
blood flow also illegal in Pakistan or something?
Well, okay, fuck all that. Right, tell me how bad is the Iran situation? Because I've not read up. Does Israel have nukes? Yeah, I don't know. Does Israel have nukes?
They both are nuclear powerhouses. Gandalf gave them.
Wait, Iran has nukes?
Israel has a better K/D ratio right now, I believe.
No, wait, Iran has nukes? Wait, Iran has nukes? Wait, man, I am. Let's see this. Does Iran have nukes? Iran denies seeking nuclear weapons. Its point.
Osqueer. I got plus 500 on the over/under for the 5-point star you 5 me.
The points to its right
Gandalf
to
gave him.
nuclear technology would be.
Iran was secretly developing nuclear weapons for decades, and Israel attacked to take their nuclear power away.
Man, Pakistan is gonna get involved in this, like, yeah. They're gonna be like, well, you don't have nukes, but we got.
Osqueer. The Iranians managed to damage an oil refinery. This Israel as it gets.
Oh, they destroyed the oil. Oh my god, America is gonna get involved. You don't fuck with the oil, bro. Yeah, this is kind of fucked if they don't have nuclear weapons.
Osqueer. It's gonna cost me 20 MRE chest hairs to fill up the hoop tie.
Okay, how do you, man, I think I have like I can't like doom scroll anymore, like on shorts and stuff. Like I legit can't. It's every single time I click on it, there is weird ass shit, man.
Gandalf gave them.
There is so
My dad
much
told me
AI
to
shit.
lick my wine glass thinking it was his senile food.
Was so much, dude. I kinda reckon Gandalf was older though. I know he was 20.
Father Lundman, take it easy, man.
Okay, we gotta think of a new topic now that we've done with this. I think
Osqueer. He is wise beyond his years. Maybe he is a vampire.
I think we should make a video on busting to thoughts. Yes. I think it's a philosophy that should be put out there in the world.
Gandalf gave them. What a man.
Yes. I won't do demonstrations, but like, you know, I will tell my story.
Osqueer, what a mighty good man.
We're doing this for the betterment of the world, man. We are not doing this for no other reason but the betterment of the world. We must preach the word.
Osqueer, this is the soul of the world.
Yeah, man, it's been like over. Oh my god, it's been more than a year I have not watched porn. What the heck? Yeah, I had an idea. The idea was to, like, you know, the great people and stuff. Okay, you make a video on, like, for example, why this person was wrong. Okay, because why Carl Jung was wrong, why Freud was wrong, why like, you know, why Einstein was wrong about quantum mechanics as well. Like, you know, so we could like do some research and find out why these people were wrong and like make a video about it. Like because when in terms of psychology and philosophy, what happens is people only talk about, alright, this is this person's work, okay, but then it more so becomes like, oh, it does not become about the philosophy, it more so becomes about oh wait, there was banana. Automatic banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Oh,
Gandalf gave him. Stream cut off pre-yap. Gandalf gave him. We back. Osqueer. You changed screen? Oh,
I was saying what we need to do is we need to figure out the essence of replacement of congenial manifestation. I don't know what I'm saying. We need to find out the flaws in the great researchers and stuff as well. Yeah, I wanna point out the flaws in not in people, in their philosophy.
Osqueer. First and foremost, we have to bust this riddle before we bust the thoughts. Osqueer. Kumalala call. Papa la pala.
Lala kakabo. Alala papadum. Shiki 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 shaka papaloli maka. Shoka shoka si. Papa mola ji lumpa kampadum. Alala papadum. Gandalf gave them. Eswada riddle.
But we will figure it out. Don't worry about it, guys. I will take the assistance of Magic Babu's cheeks. Can you believe that Gandalf, you and Magic Babu are
You got this. I swear. You
are
will make
almost the same age?
it. I believe in you.
Bro, you and fucking
Gandalf gave
Magic Babu are almost the same age.
Is this Stardew load? I love that game soundtrack.
Yeah.
I swear. Today will be filled with abundance. Gandalf gave them. Man, don't even mention that we are similar age LMAO, that's crazy.
That is fucking crazy, right? That
I swear.
to me feels like
MA pretend I didn't. T hear that. Gandalf gave them. More like the Londons. I swear. Got too much love for my boy.
I always thought that you would be older. Like no. This whole time.
Gandalf gave them. I might resign now. I swear. Man, all those jokes made toward you would have got us in deep doo-doo in some countries. I swear. Make me want to say, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Gandalf gave them. I think Magic Babu was human devolution patient 0.
It was like people in Oxford, people in Harvard, nobody can understand my English. You can have English major degree, but you will still not understand my. That was kind of funny.
Gandalf gave them. Lemeo.
Lundman, do you think I will get an idea? Man, we need to. Like, the problem is I got integrities, right? So that's why I feel like a longer video has to have like real substance in it.
He was promised to lead the revolution. What they failed to mention was that they were reversing evolution, not leading some sort of actual revolution. Gandalf gave them. Ideas always come to you at weird moments. Gandalf gave them. Lemeo.
I'll ride into battle using Magic Babu. Money, it's a gun.
He is the chat's first genuine Neanderthal. Asqueer. LMFAO.
Man, what I don't understand is,
Asqueer. We'll call him Sally.
if people have problem with, like, you know, intellectual thought and fodder,
But man, if you've been here,
the solution is not to remove intellectual thought and fodder completely. That's the shit, man. That is the shit.
Gandalf gave them. That is the feces.
Yes.
Asqueer. That's the excrement man. Feces. Asqueer. 아파트락 A 바이 베이비 아파트 온더 트리 탑 아파트.
Benjamin.
Gandalf gave them. You look like Burrito who's come back from a Bollywood movie wedding.
Yeah, well, that's just, like your opinion, man. Okay, 30-minute nap.
Osquir. Corrito. Osquir. Nah, I don't think so. Gandalf gave them. I love Bollywood movies. Gandalf gave them. Drop and give me 10 UNC Achamal.
Never committed suicide.
Gigi.
ネバーコミティブスーサイド
Okay, we gotta like find a. I think I got something. How you doing, Epic Gigi? Hello there. Hello there.
Gandalf gave them. Man, wake yo, cheeks up, catatonic afu. Ideas time.
I am thinking, I'm not sleeping actually. I like to lay down and think bro. And it feels like I'm sleeping, but like I don't think that I can do anything about it. That's just how I do shit. Main talk still.
Gandalf gave them. Oyeshuri.
You gotta get in prime thinking pose.
science theory is considered unscientific. That is, if you talk to any student today of psychology or to a professor of psychology, probably the first thing they'll dismiss about Freud is to say that his theories are unscientific. If we were to think a little bit more deeply about what a science is, because we say that Freud is unscientific, I wanted to cover 5 modern ingredients that we consider for science, or what the community of scientists in psychology maybe put together to say our realism. Empiricist philosophers argue that all our knowledge is derived from sensory experience, and reason takes a backseat on acquired knowledge about the world. Deductive reasoning, that is, starting with a theory or broad premise, is actually the less preferred method of inquiry for empiricists. Instead, they argue that you make observations first, and then you draw conclusions from all those scientific observations. And Skinner is the big advocate of this approach. He didn't think that we should have any theories. So, again, all knowledge is derived from sensory experience, and deductive reasoning is not preferred, and then we make observations first, then we draw conclusions. And this is actually what inductive reasoning is. You're going to make a lot of observations first, then draw conclusions. Again, I'll just say that about Skinner, he didn't think that theories were very useful in the mid-20th century when he was doing research. He thought psychology just hadn't collected enough observations yet to be able to make deductions and explanations about what they were observing. The second ingredient that makes up the science and the science of psychology is materialism. The doctrine of materialism states that all the facts of the universe can be described and explained by nature.
Mr. Wilson is always live. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson is always live. Why is there a lullaby playing? Mr. Wilson is always live. Same music we would play for Lil Baby to put her to sleep. I finally got to watch the video. I really liked it. The content and editing was both good and it didn't seem pretentious.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson is always live. You put it very well.
Yes. So yes, there is. Okay. Now I am. I don't know what the thumbnail and stuff should be for this. Oh, man. I think there was like a lot of jargon type situation as well. I explained all the...
Mr. Wilson is always live. Can you generate subtitles for it, by the way?
Oh shit, I did not. Wait. I'll have to do Resolve. I don't have Resolve. I don't have DaVinci Resolve now. Okay.
Mr. Wilson is always live. Not too much jargon at all. It wasn't dumbed down, but it was also not trying too hard.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilson is always live. Kids in their Philosophy 101 class will pull this out and wreck everyone.
Yes, that is the aim.
Mr. Wilson is always live. Do you want to try a thumbnail that's a still from the video or a more artistic one?
Like a still from the video, but yeah, still from the video. We make a other type of thumbnail for this is just like a getting into the habit of like making substantive stuff. So yeah, I think 2-3 more videos will be just like this. Like it will be just like a substantive video, and I'm not like really. I'm just like practicing. But at the same time, if I'm practicing making these videos, I'm not, at least I'm not putting weird stuff like out.
Mr. Wilson is always live. That makes sense. I like this video. If you made a 20 to 30 minute video, I would be happy to draw or Photoshop a thumbnail for you.
No. I love you. I don't have Resolve though, DaVinci Resolve. I will have to download that as well. I just finished downloading Photoshop and all the other things.
Mr. Wilson is always live. I can do cartoon Y art, alright, let's use that sometime. Mr. Wilson is always live. I love you too. Mr. Wilson is always live. You are the mountain.
You are the mountain man, huh? Okay. Okay. The hidden key to a successful life. The hidden. Every word, things with the word hidden, secret, or all of this stuff, those days, like those type of things, really do well. I don't know what it was called. It was called the information bias. That's what.
Mr. Wilson is always live. What about a title like Determinism versus Free Will? Why choice feels real?
Determinism. Why choice feels real? But that's not the subject of it. It's so basically it's just like a That's not what I'm not even talking about determinism versus free will in the thing. I just have a thought experiment. It's not even
Mr. Wilson is always live. Do you think I believe in you?
why choice feels
Eliaku. That. Eliaku. Daddy. Eliaku. P. Diddy, I'm a big fan. Can I help you travel with a big candy van?
Wait a minute.
Eliaku. Mommy, Daddy, chill.
You know, this is, excuse me, a damn fine car. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every day, once a day, give yourself a present. Don't plan it, don't wait for it, just let it happen. Your new shirt in the men's store, a cat nap in your office chair, or 2 cups of good, hot, black coffee. Like this. Trust me. Like Christmas. Nothing like a great cup of black coffee.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Da Vinci.
These stems. What you doing today?
I am. I'm thinking about stuff. Like always.
Shubham Tharat. Day 1 of math improvement exam prep. Imma do this till the exam now just because. Solved half of differential equations. Good night.
Alright. Good night, dude. The Vinci resolve.
Bro, how's there nothing? The BT so far. Okay, please give me iron. Thanks. I cannot lose. Oops. Oh my god. Okay, that's so bad.
Shubham
Okay.
Thorep. Do some online gambling IG that'll boost viewers, I think. Diva C's. Stream on YouTube wasn't working for me. Is it just me?
It's not working. What does that mean? No, I think it is working. Let me see. No, I think it is working.
Diva C's. Okay, maybe it's just me. Diva C's. I will be on Twitch then. Diva C's. My YouTube is glitching out. Shubham Thorep.
Dude, where is it?
Haven't seen Lily in a while.
Who, me? Yes, she went to the States.
I don't know. I don't know how they got to me.
Gandalf gave them. W. Lily and Wilson's marital orange eating.
You do eat orange.
Epic GG. Yo, do you play Minecraft? Theoretical wet work. Good day, Mr. Wilson.
No,
Is there an imposter in the chat?
it's like watching speedruns. Is there an imposter in the chat? I don't know.
Maybe not. Oh my god. Oh my god, I got the world record.
Diva sees. Diva sees. Diva sees. It works now.
Okay. Alright, so resolve is working. I'm gonna just make the what you call it. Let's just finish and upload.
Diva sees. Makes villager noises.
Makes sense. It's in documents.
You can never determinism, also known as the absence of free will. This is not a video on whether free will exists or not. This is just a thought experiment on the experience
Gandalf gave him.
Not having free will.
Wilson is
so we're going to assume that you are an
so
NPC, but can you experience being an NPC? And for this, we're going to have to make a clear distinction between information and experience. Information.
Alright, let me just timeline. Guys, wait, it's all happening. Let me just. Okay. It's not unlocked. I don't know how to unlock it.
Diva sees. You're so real, Gandalf.
It's not unlocked.
Gandalf gave him. Groan of lockpicking. Mr. Wilson is always live. I believe in you.
No, like I don't know how to do this. How to make so the subtitle thing last time when I didn't have the thing, I just
Diva sees. What self-belief looks like.
Yeah, it says pay $299 to unlock the feature of making do we really need
theoretical wet work?
What
deep thought looks like. Gandalf gave him. Man, this is the real thesis of life right here, Pastor Bates. Is this software given to you by a pilot?
It's not that important. It's just like a thought and stuff. I think we should just like upload it normally and stuff. Or do we have to have subtitles? Can it like auto generate subtitles?
Mr. Wilson is always live. Having subtitles helps you, but I'll just find a way to generate them. Gandalf gave them. Most of chat can't read.
Yeah. And I don't know how to
Diva C's. What's the issue? Diva C's. Subtitles feature is paid now. Mr. Wilson is always live. I love you, old man. Gandalf gave them. Drink minoxidil to maintain the follicles of logical thinking.
Yes.
Diva C's. Can't use them?
Yes. I had to restart the PC, the Windows and everything. So I lost all the softwares that I had.
A water reminder and a posture check reminder for everyone. Diva C's. Drink water and lay back on your chair, y'all.
A thought versus an essay. Thought, not a thought, a thought. A thought.
Gandalf gave them. Water and oxygen is for weaklings.
Thought. Essay.
Fidel Castro the Elder. I am so chia seed pilled now. Drinking a big thing of water every day with apple cider vinegar and chia seeds will fix every problem in your life.
Okay.
Diva C's. I am a weakling.
I'm gonna reside in the
Diva C's. At Fidel Castro the Elder, how do you make that?
yeah, science.
Gandalf gave them. Lily, let's be real, you just want a pint of Stella Artois.
The Stella Artois. Guys, I'm gonna tell you this, that this guy will finish this game in like 7 minutes.
Nick Lutta. Do you also want to be army and save Pakistan?
No.
Fidel Castro the Elder. At Diva C's, just keep some chia seeds soaked on water in your fridge. Add a few spoonfuls to a big cup or jar of water with a splash of apple cider vinegar. Drink it every day, and it has so many. Fidel Castro the Elder. Vitamins and minerals and omega-3 and fiber and ilicyrolites W. Nick Lutta. Does Pakistan and India have beef?
Yes. My wife went back
Sean
to the
Jason.
US because of the beef.
450 subs, let's go.
Did we have 450 subs? Let's go. That's good, right? That is very good. Yeah.
Diva C's. I got it. I will screenshot this message and try in a few days. We'll get them next time I get grocery. Diva C's. Thanks, Lily. Fidel Castro the Elder. Nick Lutta. 446 subs now.
Oh, okay. I have reached 446 subs before that.
Fidel Castro the Elder. We will hit 450 subs today, I feel it. Gandalf gave them.
I mean,
Subscribe
it's okay.
or you will brutally flirted with.
It's okay. If we don't feel it. I think we will have to
Sean Jason.
just...
Dream gameplay.
No, dude, this is just like a dude who speedruns. I need to... Guys, don't worry about it, right? We will figure this shit out. Right now I want to watch this guy go to the fort and destroy some blazes.
Divas.
All within 1 minute.
Gandalf that will have an opposite effect on me. Nick Lutta. How many subs on your first channel?
85,000.
Gandalf gave them. Don't test the hypothesis, Divashish. Sean Jason. Should I shave my beard?
No.
Always faded. 55 blogs.
Like, I mean, make it neat at least. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know actually. You gotta like
Diva C's.
see if you
Sheesh.
can. Yeah. I don't know actually. I guess save this long.
Gandalf gave them. Civides is the Bob Ross of Mr. Wilsonverse. Always faded. Blaze it.
Can't. What the fuck is this guy doing? How did he beat it in 7 minutes? He's been doing all the wrong moves. Fuck. It always baffles me the scaffoldings and this bro got lucky.
Diva sees. The sounds cows makes on streets.
The hidden key to a fulfilling life. This guy knows all the answers, man. I know all the answers, man.
Never commit suicide.
I know all the answers, man. It's all hidden. It's all in symbols. The symbols are inside you. Om Ganesha. What?
This is an invocation to that which removes obstacles, helps us clear the path and release.
Oh my god, man.
Anything that is standing in you, we let go.
Guide to Island Watch.
Man suffers only because he takes seriously what the gods made for fun. You are something that the whole universe is doing, in the same way that a wave is something that the whole ocean is doing. You are the universe experiencing itself. These quotes come from Alan Watts, the famous British philosopher of the 20th century who popularized Zen and Buddhist teachings throughout the West. Born into a middle-class background in southeast London, Watts grew up playing by a brookside, exploring nature and learning to identify various species of plant and insect. He soon became acquainted with the mysterious East, when his mother, a missionary, received paintings from other missionaries returning from China. The images enthralled the young Watts.
I think we need to I think I know what the problem is. I think the actual problem here is the AC is cooling way too much. Before this it was broken and it's like very relaxing. in the right. I think I'm. We gotta find what the fuck is happening. No. Why do humans like jazz?
I think it's a safe assessment to say that most people don't like jazz. And pop culture makes this pretty clear. Even jazz enthusiasts understand that their music is an acquired taste. And I think the best example of this are all the Giant Steps memes that were popular a few years ago. The reason that people thought these were funny is because they knew that any normal person would think it sounds terrible to take John Coltrane's chord changes and put them on some pop song. But jazz listeners got the enjoyment of claiming that it was good music. We spent almost all of human history making music more organized, more structured, and classical music was the peak of this. But in the last 100 years, jazz has thrown all of that away. Is this some kind of manifestation of the second law of thermodynamics in our culture? Are we destined for art to become more chaotic and abstract? Why do people like jazz at all? Or, an even better question, why do humans like music at all? And this is a hard question to answer because there's seemingly unrelated aspects of music, right? Rhythm, melody, harmony. If there was any theory that attempted to explain why we like music, it would need to link all three of these together. I'll give you a spoiler. We don't have that explanation yet. I can't tell it to you in this video because it's just something we don't know. But although it's not nicely wrapped together in one theory, we do have some well-educated biological reasons for liking different aspects of music. In this video, we'll look at some of the evolutionary and physiological
why do people like cats at all?
And we'll also look at some of the math and physics that our brains experience when we listen to it. Soon after Charles Darwin introduced his theory of natural selection, he himself tried to apply it to humans' interest in music. His theory was that early humans used song to attract mates, like in birds or cicadas, or more closely related gibbons. He didn't provide a physical benefit to our survival that music would have given us, but that's okay because sexual selection often exaggerates traits that wouldn't have any purpose otherwise. In Steven Pinker's book How the Mind Works, he argues that music is evolutionary cheesecake. Humans, of course, wouldn't have any reason to enjoy cheesecake in the wild, but there were incentives to have a taste for sugar and fats and oils, so cheesecake is a byproduct of these other adaptations. Pinker's hypothesis is that music never served any purpose to humans. It's simply a byproduct of our linguistic ability and our ability to process sounds and find dangers in the environment and the natural rhythms in our bodies. Because our brains adapted to do the things that music has, music is just this indulgence of ours. I'm not entirely convinced. But Pinker is getting somewhere with the mental adaptations he mentions that might have led to music, especially with the influence that motor control has on a sense of rhythm. The human leg is essentially a pendulum, so it has a specific resonant frequency. When used correctly, our legs can be very efficient. In fact, you could make a simple walking device that's powered only by gravity. Even when walking on flat land or uphill, it takes an impressively small amount of energy to move our bodies, but only when we're walking in time with our legs' resonant frequency, so gravity can do most of the work. The better our sense of rhythm, the more efficiently we move. Ostriches are also bipedal, but we don't see them playing drums. So what's different about us? We have two legs, but we're also social creatures. We hunted and gathered in groups. Footsteps are pretty loud, and when you have a group of, say, a dozen humans all walking at possibly different rates, they're working hard, so they're all breathing loudly, possibly at different rates, then it starts to mask out important sounds, like prey stepping on a twig or a snake in the bushes. One thing we can do to alleviate this problem is we can synchronize our steps and our breathing with other members of the group. If all of these predictable sounds are lined up with each other, then that gives us spaces of silence to listen to our environment. It also makes it easier for our brain to filter out unimportant sounds because they're predictable. This would have incentivized two adaptations.
Sean Jason.
One is for us to synchronize our steps, our breathing, tapping.
I seriously gotta stop watching these Republicans versus Democrats Jubilee videos SMH.
A finger with the people around us and with sound.
This is a very interesting video.
This is still observed in people today.
Very
the
good
others
job.
who are better at recognizing
physics for birds. It's a very interesting video.
And locking on to sound sources with different tempos. and becoming comfortable with those in order to filter them out. Now, this starts to look a lot like music. Proponents of this theory believe that not only would this have given us the skills we need to play music, it would have also required us to play music in groups in order to practice these abilities. Some modern cultures even recognize this practical value that music has. For example, drumming traditions of the Ewe people in West Africa. Ewe music relies on very complex polyrhythms. A musician might be playing a rhythm like this with one hand, and their other hand, or another musician, might be playing a 4-beat pattern underneath. Simultaneously, there might be a 6-beat pattern that's being played. And still, there could be a 2-beat pattern, a 3-beat pattern. Any of these can be offset by a beat. It gets very complicated, and there's a lot going on. This music acts as a kind of moral education. The belief is that by practicing until you're comfortable with these conflicting rhythms, you're preparing yourself for the inevitable conflicts of life. If you focus on one rhythm, or if you block the others out, then that's a sign of mental weakness. You're avoiding reality. We get valuable mental exercise by playing complex music. Around 500 BC, Pythagoras carried out some experiments with a monochord, an instrument with one string and a movable bridge in the middle. He concluded that when the ratio between the lengths of the strings could be expressed as small integers, the sound was consonant. It sounded good. But when the ratio could only be simplified to high integers, it sounds dissonant, conflicting. String length is inversely proportional to frequency, so this could be said about any sounds. The tuning of scales varies between different cultures, but universally, music features at least some notes that fall in these low integer ratios, especially when we play chords, multiple notes at the same time. So the observation that Pythagoras made holds up. We like chords with simple frequency ratios. But why? Once sound reaches your ear, it vibrates your eardrum, which in turn vibrates the ossicles, 3 bones that pass these vibrations along to your cochlea. Inside the cochlea is the basilar membrane, and this is a strip of tissue that runs along the length of the cochlea.
I play the piano.
Oh, no
way! The basilar membrane is designed so that the stiffness and other properties vary along its length, so different parts of it resonate at different frequencies. Near the base of the cochlea, it responds best to high frequencies, and at the tip, it responds best to low frequencies. All along the basilar membrane are these sensors called hair cells. Because they're each in a different position on the membrane, they each respond best to a different frequency. So effectively, the cochlea performs a Fourier transform. It separates audio signals into different frequencies. Each hair cell is connected to a neuron, which sends a signal to the brain saying that it heard this frequency. Neurons communicate primarily through electrical signals. When a neuron receives chemicals called neurotransmitters from a sensory cell or from another neuron, those trigger ion gates, which move positively charged potassium and sodium.
Holy bro, this dude is fucking going in.
At the same time, all the charges that are accumulating on the inside and outside of the neuron are only separated by the thin cell membrane. So this forms a capacitor on the edge of the neuron, and the current source is charging up this capacitor. Of course, the cell membrane isn't perfect at holding back the ions, so some of the charges are going to leak through. This means that the membrane acts as a resistor. So now we've turned our neuron into an RC circuit, and we can analyze it just like we would in a physics class. The key value that we're interested in is the voltage across the membrane. The reason that we're interested in that is because once this reaches a certain threshold, it'll trigger voltage-gated ion channels to discharge the neuron, and then it'll send neurotransmitters to the next neuron and repeat the whole process. So here's the equation for our neuron. The input current, which again depends on the other neurons and sensory cells that our neuron is connected to, equals the leakage current plus the charging. And both of these depend on voltage, which is what we want to solve for. I realize this might feel long-winded, but I promise this all comes back to music. So let's say you're listening to a chord with 2 notes, and they're both pure frequencies. That means that 2 of your hair cells are being triggered, and each one of those sends a signal to one sensory neuron. We'll say these 2 sensory neurons hook up to one interneuron, which takes a signal to your brain. What we're going to do is we'll take our neuron equation and apply it to these 3 neurons. The hope is that once we solve it, we'll be able to plug in different frequencies for different chords, and hopefully we'll see some difference in the signal that goes to your brain between good chords and bad chords. So we'll start with neuron number 1. Since it's connected to a hair cell, the input is just a sine wave at whatever frequency the note is.
Motherfucker, this dude is going in, man.
There's so many random factors that could change the input current. So we'll also add a term here that represents random noise. Neuron number 2 is exactly the same, but with a different frequency for a different note. Neuron number 3 gets its input from the first 2 neurons, and again, the way it works is the input neurons will normally send close to 0 current until they fire. Then they'll instantaneously send a pulse of current. So we'll use a Dirac delta function to model this. It's a function that's 0 everywhere except at the moment the neurons fire. Of course, we'll have to solve for neurons 1 and 2 to figure out those times. This system of equations can be and has been solved. Here's the solution. I don't think it's particularly enlightening, so instead of solving it, let me walk you through what typically happens. And I say typically because that noise that we included makes the solution slightly random. The current signal coming from the hair cell is generally not high enough to trigger the sensory neurons on its own, so it takes the addition of our noise to actually fire. During the first cycle of the sound wave that we're listening to, the neuron is charging up, so the moment that it's most likely to fire first is at the peak of the sine wave when the current input is highest. If it didn't happen to fire at that time, then the next most likely chance is going to be at the next peak. So if we make a probability distribution of the sensory neurons' firing times, it'll look something like this. A high peak after one cycle of the sound wave, and then they get smaller after that. On neuron number 3, the input from a single sensory neuron is also generally not high enough to trigger it. And because of the resistor, or charges leaking across the cell membrane, if there's no constant current input, then it'll eventually discharge. So in order for neuron number 3 to fire, it needs to receive a signal from one neuron, and then really soon after receive a signal from the other neuron. This needs to happen before it has time to discharge. So the more often the signals from neuron 1 and neuron 2 line up, the more often neuron 3 will fire and send a signal to your brain. We can use this to make a probability distribution of neuron number 3's firing times, but of course it depends on the relationship between the 2 frequencies that you're hearing. So here are some probability distributions for small integer chords. You can see that they're pretty regular. The signal that your brain gets is organized and predictable. But here are some probability distributions for large integer chords. As you can see, they're much more fuzzy. It's not predictable when that neuron is going to fire. We actually have a way of measuring this fuzziness. It's called information entropy, or Shannon entropy, after its inventor. To introduce it, let me show you this picture. This is the Arecibo message, and in 1974 we sent this picture through radio waves into the cosmos. I guess as an attempt to introduce ourselves to whatever aliens might find it. But pretend that you're an alien and your job is to watch the data from a radio telescope and notify someone if you see a signal that looks like it's from aliens. Most days you'll just see something like this, random noise. But then one day you see this. Which one of these signals gives you more information? Clearly this one. Even though you don't know the meaning, it's so organized that it must be an intelligent message. See, you already have an intuition for entropy. A signal that appears more organized is more likely to contain information. A high entropy signal like this is probably just noise, but a low entropy signal like this tells us something. If you were just shown each of these signals, then the low entropy one carries more information. Now here's the counterintuitive part. Let's say that you know that both of these signals are from aliens. They're both intentional. Now, which one gives you more information? This one does. The one with higher entropy. See, the low entropy organized signal follows simple rules. You could recreate it by only knowing a few things, but to recreate the high entropy signal, you would need to know each bit. So you actually gain more information by understanding the messy signal. The messy signal is ambiguous, but decoding it ultimately gives you more information. The entropy of neural signals reaching your brain is low for consonant low integer chords. It's high for dissonant high integer chords. And this makes sense in a lot of ways. I mean, if you hear a C major chord on a piano, then of course it was intentional. it carries a simple message and it's unlikely to happen by chance. Somebody is probably reading music and playing it. On the other hand, if you hear 3 adjacent chromatic notes, then it could just be that something fell on the piano. On the surface, you might not gain information from it. But if somebody was reading music that directed them to do that, then it would carry a profound amount of information. Because there are hundreds of bad chords and only a few good chords. When it's less organized, you have more to work with. Nevertheless, our brain prefers the unambiguous case, and that's why we like certain chords.
One of the best piano players I ever played with was this guy from Atlanta, Salvatore Bonfede. His idea of the G minor 7 chord was A, B flat.
That was advice from jazz saxophone player George Garzone. In case you didn't catch that, he said that one of his favorite piano players played a G minor chord as just A and B flat. A traditional G minor chord sounds like this. And this is that piano player's way of playing it. Sometimes the music that we listen to lets us know the exact answer. It tells us if we're supposed to feel happy, or sad, or unresolved, or scared. But with just an A and a B flat, you don't know what you're supposed to be feeling. Think of all the chords that fit over those 2 notes. Even with some context and melody, you still need to think to figure out what the musician wants to say. And that's the definition of high entropy. It's no coincidence that, according to our analysis of neural firing times, this is a high entropy interval. When Claude Shannon introduced the concept of information entropy, he called it that because the disorganization of information is clearly analogous to the disorganization of matter, which we call entropy in thermodynamics and statistical mechanics. But maybe there's another similarity between the two. In matter, entropy always increases on a global scale, and this is just a result of statistics. If you drop food dye into water, there's only one state where all the dye molecules form the word bird, but there are trillions of states where the molecules look random, so over time they'll tend to look random. This is the second law of thermodynamics, but maybe human culture follows the second law of information. I mean, modern films, music, visual art, literature, all of it depends on ambiguities that are left up to us to understand. A single spoken sentence can contain so many layers of information that are completely absent in something like a computer programming language. Even day-to-day functions like determining if somebody is lying or if they understand you are all difficult to process because human speech has such high entropy. But listening to music might be our way of training for that. So jazz music and A-way drumming really aren't that different. They both train us to process difficult information. And that might be the best benefit that music gives us. Of course, you can't listen to hard music all the time.
Man, this dude is good. This dude is very good. What the fuck?
Let's say a samurai is cutting rolled up mats at an angle with his sword. The next day, a daimyo or a yakuza boss or someone wants to know how good of a swordsman this guy is, so he has his men look through the trash, but the mats are all unrolled. Without re-rolling the mats, what angle did the swordsman cut? This problem is very similar to one that you've probably ran into at the grocery store. You're trying to find the best deal on toilet paper, but price per length is difficult to compare because every brand comes with a different number of rolls that are all a different radius with a different size tube and different perforation lengths, different thicknesses. So given a roll's radius, how much toilet paper do you get? I'll ask you one more question to get you thinking, and this scenario, unlike the other two, has some real published research behind it. You're an archaeologist and you find a segment of a papyrus scroll that was damaged when it was still rolled up. How long is the rest of the scroll? The math behind all three of these problems is pretty much identical.
Oh my god.
You have some thin, flexible material that's rolled up, effectively a spiral, and the width is constant. It doesn't get thicker as you roll it, so this isn't a logarithmic spiral like.
Have you ever noticed that anytime you ask a yes or no question, your intonation goes up? Is it raining? Is your dog friendly? And for any other question, your intonation goes down. What time is it? What's 2 plus 2? You generally wouldn't say, what's 2 plus 2? Or, is your dog friendly? It's just one of my favorite illustrations of how language operates beneath the surface of conscious thought. And that's what this video is about. The weird relationship between how we think and how we use language. Another rule that you were never taught but always follow is the royal order of adjectives. If I told you I saw a black, cute poodle, your brain would recognize my mistake immediately. What I should say is a cute black poodle, but why exactly? Well, it's because adjectives need to go in this very specific order. So in a sentence, that would be, my one beautiful, big old, round, black, Canadian plastic racing poodle. Even though you'd never hear this many adjectives in a row, it still intuitively feels correct. Whereas if I said, racing, plastic, Canadian, black, round, old, big, beautiful one, my poodle, you'd just be hearing a list of words. And the interesting thing about this rule is that it's not a prescribed grammatical rule. Nobody decided this should be the correct order. It's actually our brains that want to put things in this order. And there is a logic to it. We naturally want a description to start with the most general or subjective information and move towards more specific and objective information. A beautiful blue sky is slightly less work for our brains than a blue, beautiful sky, simply because knowing the speaker's feelings up front helps us to paint a mental picture. So it would seem that the structure of language reflects the innate structure of human cognition, which makes sense. But there's a chicken and egg question.
Speaking facts.
Do we speak a certain way because we think a certain way, or do we think a certain way because we speak a certain way? Some linguists argue that the structure and vocabulary of a language shape how its speakers actually perceive the world. This is called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. Some languages actually don't have words for left and right. Instead, they use cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. So it just makes you wonder if the people who speak this language have a fundamentally different concept of spatial reality. I think the coolest example of this is the Aymara people indigenous to the Andes. Whereas most languages look forward to the future with the past behind, the Aymara do the reverse. The future is behind them, and the past is in front of them. And if you're thinking this conceptual metaphor makes less sense than the one you're used to, consider the fact that the past is known and therefore can be seen and understood, whereas the future is unknown and therefore unseen. And this reflects the general worldview of the Aymara that the past is an important source of knowledge and wisdom. It's just a nice example of how evenly apparently obvious assumptions made by language are kind of arbitrary if you really think about it. Western philosophy has always been interested in language because it's the primary tool that we use to understand the world and to express thought. But one of the big challenges for philosophy is the paradox of definition. The fact that there are no words that have an absolute self-evident meaning. If you try to define something, you inevitably end up relying on other definitions. And this becomes an infinite regress. So what is reality? Well, it's everything that exists. Okay, what does it mean to exist? Well, it means to have objective being. What does being mean? It refers to something that's real, not imaginary or illusory. Alright, what does imaginary mean? Something that exists in the mind, not in reality. So it just kind of takes you in circles because there's no foundation of objective meaning. If you've ever been frustrated with philosophy, it's not only because the writing is dense and obscure, it's also because language itself is recursive in this way. Language seems to delimit the boundaries of human understanding, and this means a lot of philosophy is just kind of circular. This led the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein to his famous formulation, whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. In other words, some things are simply beyond the ability of language to express. So the real question is, if somebody ever did discover the answer to the great mystery of existence, would it even be possible to express that answer in English or any other language? Or would it have to be expressed using some more abstract system of representation? Actually, the closest thing we have to objective meaning in language can be found in phonosemantics. the idea that some words might ultimately derive their meaning from sound and how they feel in your mouth when you say them. Words that express ideas relating to nasal sensation often start with the letters SN, so you get sniff, snort, sneeze, snore, snout, snarl. Try saying a word that starts with sn, and pay attention to how your tongue blocks the air in your mouth to produce a nasal consonant. You actually have to kind of snarl to say the word snarl. You can also try this with words that start with G and L. The gl sound is much lighter and more delicate, so it gives you words about smoothness, like glass, glide, gloss, glaze, or words about light, glow, gleam, glitter, glisten, and so on. Some linguists believe that the words mama and baba were actually invented by babies. The easiest consonant sounds to make are m, b, p, and the easiest vowel sound to make is just so naturally ma is one of the first sounds babies tend to make, and they tend to vocalize when they want their mothers, so we've come to interpret the utterance ma as a word for mother. So then fathers get second place with the slightly more strenuous baba or papa. And this theory is supported by the fact that the M sound is found in the word for mother in many unrelated languages around the world. It's a good reminder that language is an embodied process as well as an intellectual one. It's also kind of funny that babies have given us a stronger foundation for objective meaning than any of the philosophers ever did. While we're here, did you know that we don't really pronounce vowels in English? At least not as often as you might think. So check it out. Try pronouncing America. You're not actually making an A or an I sound when you pronounce these syllables. The sound you're making is called a schwa, a neutral vowel sound, and it's the most common vowel sound in English. Now, you generally do this on unstressed syllables. So when your tone goes up to stress the second syllable, you do articulate the letter E, in this case, America, Canada, banana. You can really hear this difference in how you pronounce photograph as compared to photography. The irony here is that non-native speakers tend to pronounce English words with the correct vowel articulation, which to native English ears sounds like a foreign accent. And it just shows that letters and sounds don't even correspond as neatly as we tend to assume. As if this wasn't confusing enough, there's also the problem of paradoxes. The simplest one being the liar's paradox. This statement is false. The philosopher Bertrand Russell was very interested in this kind of paradox. He came up with one of his own called the barber's paradox. The barber shaves all those who do not shave themselves. But who shaves the barber? If the barber shaves himself, then he shouldn't. But if he doesn't, then he should. Now, you can actually break down the logic of language into formulas, and this does to some degree eliminate some of the ambiguity of language. Consider this straightforward-looking statement. The present king of France is bald. Seems totally fine, except there is no present king of France. So you could ask, is the statement true? Is it false? Is it meaningless? And Bertrand Russell would reformulate this as, there exists an X, such that X is the present king of France, and for all individuals Y, if Y is the present king of France, then Y is identical to X, and X is bald. And yeah, despite sounding more complex, it actually does clarify the logic of the statement and makes it easier to discern its falseness. This harkens all the way back to Aristotle, friend of the channel, an inventor of the syllogism in which a logical conclusion is deduced from two premises. So the classic example goes, all men are mortal. Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. So long as you keep the structure of the syllogism intact, you can swap the terms out and the statement will always be logically valid. So all dogs are animals, poodles are dogs, therefore poodles are animals. And so long as the premises are both true, then the conclusion will necessarily also be true. This is called deductive reasoning. Now, some syllogisms are logically invalid. Consider this one. All cats are mammals, all dogs are mammals, therefore all cats are dogs. This syllogism illustrates a logical fallacy. Just because two things share a common category, that does not mean that they are the same thing. And Aristotle's point here is to show that an argument can be illogical even if its conclusion is true. So if I take this invalid syllogism and swap out the terms, I could say, all poodles are mammals, all dogs are mammals, therefore all poodles are dogs. And I do end up with a true conclusion, but that does not mean that my logic is valid. If you think all of this is a bunch of intellectual babble with no real-world consequences, take a listen to what Bill Clinton had to say back in 1998 when he was asked during a legal deposition about his relationship with Monica Lewinsky. And his famous reply was,
"It depends upon what the meaning of the word is."
Yes. And if you're thinking, hey, that's just Slick Willie up to his usual tricks, you're not wrong. But also, he kind of has a point. Is does not have a precise meaning. I mean, yeah, you can say it's the present tense of the verb to be, but does it refer to this precise moment, like it is 4 o'clock? Or does it refer to an eternal state of being, like the sky is blue? I mean, is can even indicate a future state, like the meeting is at 3 p.m. So the word is does actually pose a problem for lawyers who might want to make an absolute determination about a state of being. And it provides a convenient linguistic escape hatch for politicians caught lying under oath. Maybe if Bertrand Russell was at the deposition, he could have asked Bill to confirm that there existed an X such that there was a relationship between Clinton and Lewinsky, and X occurred in the past. Yeah, try getting out of that one, Slick Willie. Another group of people that cares a lot about the precision of language is insurers, who try their best to describe reality in such a way that minimizes their vulnerability to risk. And in one famous case, billions of dollars depended on the interpretation of one word, occurrence. The World Trade Center was insured for $3.5 billion per the occurrence of some catastrophe. So the tower's leaseholders argued that each plane crash was a separate occurrence, warranting 2 separate insurance claims, while the insurer argued that it was one occurrence because it was a single coordinated attack. And English language, unfortunately, cannot supply an absolute definition of the word occurrence that would have provided clarity on this question. So in the end, some insurers paid once and some paid twice. And despite the immense financial and legal consequences of this dispute, there was never any resolution on the definition of the apparently simple word occurrence. And I think that's a fitting conclusion to this video, because for all our efforts to understand language, map it onto our experience of reality, and to derive meaning from it, the bottom line is that language is as elusive as consciousness itself, and it probably always will be. I do have a Patreon if you enjoyed this video and you want to support my work. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
Hey, I'm standing for this video because I feel like being stood. I feel like I have a lot more mobility. Also, how cool and fun would it be if I had like a little whiteboard back here or something? That'd be tight. Anyway, as a channel dedicated to history and archaeology and the like, I've talked quite a bit about religion and mythology, covered ancient Egyptian mythology, Greek mythology, hell, we even touched on the Bible, and I think that's really fascinating. I love learning about how religion has manifested itself throughout different civilizations. It's also a super chill thing to talk about and something people don't really get to fussed over, so I'm going to talk about it more. Now religion is seen as more of a set of values and an identity rather than the norm or more of a way of life. And that's a relatively new way to see religion, as in past cultures, religion is typically something that the entire society is structured around, and now we have a lot more secularity. And in the Western world, that is very unique to this time period. So I thought we'd do a little bit of a history on atheism, how it began, how it started, how it's come to mean what it means today. There is no culture in recorded human history which has not practiced some form of religion. And in the ancient world, religion wasn't just an aspect of life, it was life. The two were intermingled, intermixed, inexorably. One just couldn't exist without the other. And every faction of life was decided upon and undertaken with the knowledge that it would be judged by the gods. Despite this, we do actually see some evidence for a kind of proto-atheism take place within the ancient Western world. In ancient Greece and Rome, theism was the fundamental belief that supported the legitimacy of the state. So if you didn't believe in a god that was upholding this state, essentially you were anti-government and you could be accused of atheism, which was viewed as a capital crime, a crime against humanity itself. How could you not believe in God? More so, how could you not believe in me, your head of state? Any subversion of this state-sanctioned religion charged one of atheism and heresy, and could be used to eliminate them if they were a potential political rival. But calling someone from ancient Greece or ancient Rome an atheist didn't have the connotations that it does today. You know, we think of an atheist as someone who does not believe in a god or a higher power. I mean, early Christians used to be accused of atheism because they didn't believe in the Roman pantheon. During the Roman Empire, Christians were executed for not believing in the Greco-Roman gods. An important figure in ancient Greek atheism was Epicurus. This guy's kind of ahead of his time. He gave rise to the idea that that the Greek gods were merely mythologized beings. He saw the universe as this great machine of atoms, which the gods were completely irrelevant to. And he wanted to prove that humans had nothing to fear regarding death, because it was just the process of one atomic form transforming into another. How did he even think of that? That would never have crossed my mind, and I am aware of science. Now, it's important to note that Epicurus still believed the gods existed. He just said they were completely uninterested in human affairs, and people shouldn't be so caught up on trying to please them and sacrifice to them, because they just didn't give a shit. He believed the universe was governed by the force of chance without the need for divine intervention. Epicureanism was expressed perhaps most eloquently in the poem On the Nature of Things by Lucretius in the 1st century BC, in which he held that the gods do exist, but that they were just irrelevant, and that the fear of their wrath was one of the chief causes of human unhappiness. This is reiterated in a fragment of the play Sisyphus by Euripides, in which he claims that a clever man invented the fear of the gods in order to frighten people into behaving morally. Another win for Euripides. Man has never made a bad point. Atheism evolves differently all over the world, and we can see this in ancient China. China was built off of Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, and none of these really rely heavily on religious ideology. Confucianism places immense emphasis on humanistic and worldly relations, as opposed to theology and spirituality. There are no Confucian gods, and Confucius himself is worshipped as a spirit rather than a deity. The core tenet and overarching belief of the system is the importance of having a good moral character, which is an intrinsic and personal experience unrelated to the will of any god. The dominance of Confucianism and its like allowed for China to develop a cultural tendency that made acceptance of modern forms of irreligion like humanism, secularism, and atheism a possibility for most of its history. Since its antiquity, China has held its reputation for being a country devoted to ideologies, very separate from religion. Scholar Hu Shi stated in the 1920s, China is a country without religion, and the Chinese are a people who are not bound by religious superstitions. But this idea of atheism, as it becomes the word that we know it as today, really evolves and becomes much more well-defined in modern history. In the Western world, both the Renaissance and the Age of Enlightenment were a little bit fundamental in defining atheism. During the Renaissance, the criticism of the religious establishment became a thing that you could do. You could criticize the religious establishment, and if you're lucky, you would live to tell the tale. Throughout Europe, the dogma of religious institutions sort of began to lift, and this is where we get to see something called old atheism. This is a form of atheism which basically denounces the gods of one specific culture or society, but this can't be expressed for fear of the danger that admitting atheism would put them in. Atheist as a label became a smear word. It was something you could attach to those whose ideologies you opposed. For example, many Protestants in the 15th and 16th centuries claimed that the Pope was the arch-atheist, simply because their versions of theism differed. And if the Pope is an atheist, then do any of us really stand a chance? English playwright and poet Christopher Marlowe is said to be one of Europe's first modern atheists. This title imbued him with the dangerous implication of being an enemy of both God and the state. Not bad? He was closely related with the School of Night, which is a modern name given to a group of men centered on Sir Walter Raleigh. These guys were a group of dudes who just studied science, philosophy, and religion, and were all suspected of atheism. Mr. Marlowe, who was a part of this group, wrote a play called Dr. Faustus, and this play really grapples with these ideas of atheism, disillusionment in God and the church. The protagonist of this play, Dr. Faustus, denounces God, blasphemizes the Trinity and Christian doctrine, and sells his soul to the devil to gain superhuman powers and live a life full of sin and indulgence. So pretty cool guy. And this is especially relevant because he's said to be the embodiment of Christopher Marlowe himself. Kind of pulled a little bit of a baby reindeer there. Anyway, this school of thought, i.e. philosophy and science and the like, was getting really popular around the 1770s, and being accused of being an atheist wasn't really something you had to deny anymore. Unrest in Europe at this time and the slowly dwindling faith in God led to the development of the cult of reason in France. Shit, fuck. This was short-lived, but truly magnificent. This was around between 1792 to 1794, and essentially a whole bunch of Parisian churches were transformed into temples of reason, temples that worshipped science and rationality and the human spirit, and obviously atheism. You don't really worship atheism, but it was like a core belief, I guess. As France's first established state-sponsored atheistic religion, its goal was to distance itself as much as possible from the Roman Catholic Church. France's Christian calendar was abolished, monasteries, convents, and church properties were seized, and monks and nuns were expelled. They basically were like, we're not going to be Catholic anymore, we're going to worship science, and put man at the center of worship as opposed to some divine being. Maximilien Robespierre, the very same, made a rival cult, the cult of the Supreme Being, which was also a way to de-Christianize France, but was in opposition to the cult of reason. Bro just had to, put his name out there, I guess. Anyways, all this is happening. Europe is going crazy, God is freaking out, people are de-Catholicizing, there's general unrest, belief in humans and reason and logic and science. And what comes next? Guys, you're not even ready. 1859, Charles Darwin publishes On the Origin of Species. Oh, breaking records, debuted #1 on the Hot 100, you're making history. The idea that humans evolved progressively and were not these divine beings made in the image of God, even more blasphemous, that they evolved from the animalistic ape, was potentially the most controversial thing that he could have said at the time. Charles Darwin publishing the ideas of natural selection and evolution is an extraordinary monument in the history of atheism. Now, obviously, as we can see, in Europe before this publication, people are starting to have doubts about faith, God, religion, the church. But that was just like an innate feeling that they had. They had nothing to back that up, really. How are you going to prove that there is no God? So this is the whole thing in philosophy for the entirety of the Enlightenment. There is no God. How the fuck are we here then? I don't know. All right, well, then there's a God. That was the whole thing. You just had to deal with that. But now, evolution. So the years following Darwin's controversial little publication were crucial in developing new atheism. Basically old atheism, but with proof. The theory of evolution pitted science and religion against each other. The church famously taught that God created the earth and everything on it, while Charles Darwin's theory of evolution entirely contradicted this and basically said that the world is ever growing and ever changing. It's complex and dynamic and can exist without a divine creator. In the 19th century, believing in evolution and Charles Darwin's theory was seen as the exact opposition of being in the church, being religious, believing in God. Prior to the widespread knowledge of evolution, there was no way for an atheist to explain the existence of the cosmos or intelligent life without having to credit it to a divine creator. Where new atheism mostly differs from old atheism is in its use of scientific and evolutionary theory as intellectual leverage against the idea of belief in a god. It is the new atheist that sees all the questions asked about the universe answered by science as opposed to religion. Although there were the general beginnings of disbelief and disillusionment in God by the time that Charles Darwin published his theory, it was not like he published On the Origin of Species and people were like, oh, evolution and God isn't real. I mean, that's still not, obviously. But, you know, by the late 19th and definitely into the 20th century, it becomes a little bit difficult to ignore, especially as science continued to develop, the fact that evolution is real. So, in a way, atheism has been a part of our culture for as long as religion has. It's just taken various different forms and has meant very different things throughout antiquity and into modern history. And just as religion was used as a political tool, so too is atheism. I just love the idea that back in the day in the Roman Empire, you could just say that your political opponent was an atheist and then just get him completely like out of there. That's so good. It would seem to be the case that, similarly to how humans have evolved through time, so too has our language and our understanding of both God and atheism, and the words we use to describe those. Anyways, that's all from me. Thoughts? No, I disagree. Okay, bye.
Okay, so I got my best pace run ever, which is very nice. I mean, it's not as good of a pace as I would like, but it's still very nice to show that I get something to show for all the time that I've been grinding on stream, like, 8-9 hours every day, just like full really grinding for world record or sub 7, because I really want to get it. I want to get a sub 7 so badly, but this game is just very frustrating. But I will say, one of the biggest things that keeps me going, keeps me motivated with trying to get this sub 7 is as I said, I'm just streaming 8-9 hours a day, trying to really get this. Just like this support from streaming and everything that you guys are showing me is just, honestly, it's just insane, and it's hard for me to comprehend. Because this past week specifically, I had a level 9 and a level 10 hype train, and I don't want to say this the exact amount of subs because it's kind of like showing how much I make. It's really weird, but I it's just been insane. And specifically last week, I think last Sunday or Monday, it was an insane day. So many people were showing support. I could not even comprehend it. It was just insane. And before I really talk about this, I just want to kind of show my reaction, because you don't get many Insta Bastion spawns, but I hate this video. I hate stables. And this is very frustrating, because if this is any other Bastion, like, I think I even say it, it's like, I wouldn't be nervous. I would be nervous, but here it's like, I don't care. It's stables, and it's a stables gap route. But it is still pretty quick. I mean, you'll see when I leave the Bastion, it's still pretty quick. But going back to what I was saying about the support, like last week there's a stream, it was just insane. I mean, I guess I'll say the number that I got on the stream. I got like 260 subs, which is just insane. I mean, Feinberg gifted 100 after everybody else was just chipping in and just showing like the most insane support I've ever had. I mean, it was just last week was just insane, and especially a couple days ago was also just absurd. I mean, when I had it last week with Feinberg's 100 gifted and everything, I like almost had a heart attack. I was generally like losing my mind. I could not focus. I think I was stuck on my wall screen for a solid like 30-45 minutes, because I was just so lost, and I was just so overwhelmed with the support. Like, it's so motivating to have stuff like this, and for you guys to really kind of enjoy what I do and like the kind of like content that I make. It's so motivating, because it makes me want to really get like a sub 7, get something really good, and to like kind of give, like, it's almost like my way of giving back to you guys, because like, I mean, I know I make the content, maybe that's why you guys are doing this. You guys are that's your way of like, that's the way I'm giving back. But to me, it just doesn't feel right. I feel like the only way I can really give back is by actually getting a really good run that like almost deserves the support that you guys have been showing me. And I think I'm gonna keep playing RC until I get it. I mean, mid-season showdown is next week, so I'm gonna be playing a little more ranked, trying to get make sure I'm focused for this. But I think I should probably go back to analyzing this run, because I mean, you probably just saw my facial reaction. Like, I was kind of shocked when I saw this fort, because I had a 15 chunk spawner on my Pyre, so I wasn't expecting to see it this close. But because I do know it was 15 chunks away, I'm running really far on my negative Z coordinate into this fort, because I know it's far. And I kind of stop right here because I'm confused, because I don't really know where to go. And of course, I just pearl through and I see the spawner. So, and it's kind of funny as well, like, this was definitely the spawner that I was getting on my Pyre, so it's kind of funny that I stop at about 14 or 15 chunks from the Bastion. It's like, there's like some internal GPS that is going on, that I know exactly how far I'm running. And here as well, this is kind of where the run, like, it's been pretty clean so far. It was a very, very fast stables split, especially considering it was a stables gap. This is like kind of the first part where it really goes wrong, because with that lava that spawned, lava that got exposed with the blaze bed, I had a hard time kind of covering it up. And you saw as well in that last cycle, I only had a 1 spawn. And when you blaze bed, you should pretty much always be getting at least a 3 or 4 spawn. And with getting 1 spawn, I have 4 rods, so I'm thinking I should pre-craft and really try and crank this. Which is, I think, for RSG specifically, I think it's the right play, because you kind of want to high roll. Like, I want to get this crafting over. I don't want to have to worry about getting my pre-crafting done at any other point in the run. And ideally, I'd go back through the portal and I have 2 blazes. I'd kill them both, they both drop and I'm out. Like, I think this is the right play for RSG. But if it was ranked, I would not have pre-crafted. I would have tried to focus more on clearing out the spawner, making sure I don't get kind of rolled on spawns. And you see here, I get 2 spawns and only 1 drops. And kind of because of, like, I lose probably 5 or 6 blazes because I don't clear out the spawner properly. So I have to go off for a 2-eye. And I think, once again, I think for RSG it's the right play. I'm happy with this decision I made, given the situation I put myself in. But it's also kind of frustrating. This terrain is so good, and I'm just at cords so quickly. So it's just, I wish I was able to enter, because this is like my best pace stronghold, my best pace run ever. It's like a 554 second portal, 556 stronghold. I get insta spiked. I get kind of scared because I'm at 4 hearts. I see 1 skelly. I see 2 more skellies. But luckily, I was able to kind of brute force my way through it, and I'm kind of praying here. Please be too high, but I don't hit it, and I'm a little disappointed. But I mean, you'll kind of hear my reaction. I'm okay with it. I was kind of okay with it. Damn. Okay. Like, and it's my best pace run, and I know even if I was able to enter, it's still going to be really, really sketchy, really uncertain if I'm even going to be able to complete it because I have 2 bed 3 anchor. And this end island and everything is all the more justification because you see here, I'm trying to play this out. I can't hit the 0. And the reason, especially that I'm not that mad about this run, is because I just don't think I can hit this 0. Because you know, you can obviously see this is a buried back and 0 cycle. This is really tough, and typically with most buried back 0 cycles, especially with 88, I can typically get to 95 pretty consistently. But I'll say though, 88 buried 56 backdragon, it's a pretty hard. It's pretty hard to get to because it's such a tight window that you have, and 95 is really the only offset that you can get to. And I don't think, especially, even, you know, maybe I lose a second or 2 because I'm open to land or whatever, but I really don't think I'm going to get there because this pro clip, and like with the end island, is just, I just don't think I'm going to get there. Because you can see here, I throw the pearl, and I get pushed back to like towards the void. So I'm kind of stuck on the end stone here, and I have to like jump around a little bit to make sure my pearl doesn't hit the blocks in front of me. And so I lose about 2 or 3 seconds, and 2 or 3 seconds on buried 56, back 88, trying to get to 95 makes a really big difference. So I just can't, I just don't think I can get this 0 cycle. And I'm honestly happy that it is like this because I'm very glad I can't enter it because, you know, maybe in my mind I think I'm wasting the low quality end enters so I can have, when I do maybe inevitably get a sub 7 pace end enter, you know, I have like 7 beds, it's like open front 94, it's the freest 0 ever, you know, that's what I'm kind of hoping for. But I mean, we'll just have to wait and see, you know. Gonna have to tune into my streams as I play RSG and continue to try to waste my life trying to get the sub 7, but
Player 5. Yes.
Hello.
Meditation has moved out of the temple and into our daily lives. It's practiced by top-class athletes, even taught in some of the most powerful corporations in the world.
You don't have to be Buddhist to meditate. You just have to be a person with a functioning mind.
New discoveries in science suggest it may indeed have benefits. 80% of us introduction of some to come with the medication. And meditation may even slow the aging process. From a psychological to the see meditation gives a time. They can put our brain into the test and undertake 8 weeks of mindfulness meditation. Relieving stress, running through luxury, parenting, or changing social brain.
Mr. Wilson is always live. I found a way to generate subtitles.
Thank you so much. I love you. Yeah, I'm also searching a topic. I think I'm gonna like go with the history of meditation, like a deep dive since the beginning of time, and or maybe like because these are just like, you know, if you're presenting a thought, it can never be like a thought can never be more than fucking 5 minutes. Yes, but a deep dive would have to have like the entire history of the thing and stuff as well. So I think history needs to be involved in order to make like deep dive situations, because arguments are only going to be 2-3 minutes no matter what you do. I mean, there's not a fucking complex enough argument that will take more than fucking yeah, if it makes more than 5-6 minutes, it's probably not a good argument. And it's very complex. The more you so I think I gotta look at it more so from the perspective of history of things. Yeah, that makes videos long, and history needs like more research and stuff as well. Yeah, so for longer videos, history is the fucking shiz.
when somebody says to me, have you ever tried praying? And I think to myself, like sure, I'm not like anti-praying. I just feel like I can sit down, I can put my hands together, and I can, say words to the sky. But I feel like unless I already have some credence in this actually being something, I'm literally unable to pray. Yeah. Because I don't believe in the necessary, prerequisite assumptions that one needs to have to make it an actual prayer. And I suppose I feel similarly about meditation. It's not something that I've ever.
But it's different because it's not assuming the existence of something that you are disposed to doubt. Right. So with prayer, you doubt that there's an invisible God that you could be addressing through any kind of propitiatory prayer. So and that's why I'm saying I don't make this move into metaphysics where I say that because I can experience my conscious mind free of a sense of self, that means consciousness is the substratum in which everything is arising, including this universe. There's an invisible God that you could be addressing through any kind of propitiatory prayer. So and that's why I'm saying I don't make this move into metaphysics where I say that because I can experience my conscious mind free of a sense of self, that means consciousness is the substratum in which everything is arising, including this universe, and I'm experiencing the thing that preceded the Big Bang. And people like Deepak Chopra will say things like that as a result of having an experience in meditation, and that's totally unwarranted, right? It's just not scientific. You can't even know that you have a brain by meditating. Like paying close attention to your experience doesn't tell you anything about your brain, even that it exists, right? Which is a pretty big lacuna in your self-understanding. So meditation is good for some insights, but it's not good for making contact with what I'm calling the metaphysics or even the physics of things. So you're right to doubt prayer on that basis, but it's just not an analogy. So the meditation I would recommend you do is just pay attention to your experience. Like so very much in the spirit of scientific hypothesis, which is if you want to understand better what it's like to be you, it would make sense to pay attention. So what does that mean? What would it mean to pay attention?
Okay, how does that actually work, and what constitutes meditation in this respect?
So then you'd be given at the very beginning, you'd be given a very remedial device, which in the usual case of training in mindfulness, you would just be given the breath, right? Just pay attention to the breath and just notice. And there's nothing. It's not because there's something magical or profound about the breath. It's a very easy object to notice. You can notice it just as the feeling of the rising and falling of your abdomen or chest, or the sensation of air passing through the nostrils. And people tend to start out doing this with closed eyes. Then you can pay attention to that. And the reason why it's a good object is, one, you don't have to presuppose any religious nonsense in order to do it. I don't have to give you a Sanskrit mantra and tell you about its significance, right? It's just the breath. You just pay attention to that. And what you'll notice eventually, this could take 5 seconds or it could take 5 days on a silent retreat where you're just trying to do this for to the exclusion of everything else for 12 hours a day. I mean, some people are harder cases than others, but what you will eventually notice is that that's actually much harder to do than you were expecting, right? So you pay attention to the breath, and you feel the movement and tension and pressure and tingling and whatever you feel with the rising of each inhalation and the falling of each exhalation. And then the next second, you're thinking about something, and you've completely forgotten the project. You forgot you were in a room trying to meditate. You forgot this is something you even wanted to do. You're just talking to yourself helplessly, and it's very much analogous to being asleep and dreaming and not knowing that you're dreaming. It's like a daydream where you've actually lost contact with who you are and what you're about in that moment, and you have had no reality testing riding alongside it. So it's like all of a sudden you're having an argument with someone who's not there, right? You're rehearsing the conversation you had with your girlfriend the day before, or the thing you're expecting to happen later today, and literally there's a voice in your head that is your own voice, and it feels like you, it feels like yourself, right? And you're thinking, why did she say that? I mean, I told her that, and you're in the middle, you're in medias res with a conversation that you've had with yourself probably 15 times in last 24 hours, and it's striking you as new every time you have it. That you're not impatient with yourself, you're not bored. You're having that same conversation with anyone else, they'd be bored to tears, but you have this endless appetite to just hear the next thing that comes over the transom that's in your voice, in your mind, saying, yeah, what was she thinking? Okay, all right, the first thing I'm going to say to her is, the thing to realize here is that this is psychotic on two levels. One is, it presupposes a kind of conversational structure that you're having with yourself that makes no sense, because if you're the one to think the thought, and also the one to hear the thought, why did you need to think it in the first place? You know what you're thinking, right? You're thinking it to yourself as though you're both speaker and audience, right? That split is bizarre. But two, it comes over you, and you're helplessly carried away by it, and you have no perspective on the fact that you're carried away by it. The same way you have no perspective when you go to sleep at night and you fall asleep and you start dreaming. It's astonishing that the first minute of every dream doesn't start with, what the fuck is happening? How did I get here? I was just in my bed. Now, what's this is impossible, right? You have no reality testing. The same thing is happening every time you think a thought, for the most part. So now back to the breath, right? Now, okay, so you recognize you're thinking, hey, oh, fuck, I don't know how long I was gone for. Was it 30 seconds? All right, back to the breath. And you feel the inhalation for a few seconds, and then you're going to be gone again with another thought about another thing, helplessly borne away, right? Now, this seems normal to most people. It is totally pathological, right? The fact that we think this is compatible with human sanity and basic well-being is just because it's happening to everybody. There's some people who claim not to have any inner voice or inner thoughts, and we can talk about those separately, but for most people, if they try to pay attention to anything, the breath is just a useful object because it's there, they will find that it's hard to do, and it's hard to do because their attention on it is endlessly being submerged by this automatic product of discursivity, right? It's mostly linguistic, but for lots of people it can be images too, or both, and it is a kind of light dream, right? Now, once you get some degree of concentration, the reason why I use the breath in the beginning is it's just an object upon which you can build a modicum of concentration so that you can notice the difference clearly between being lost in thought and being able to pay attention to an arbitrary object. And you can notice it so clearly, you kind of build this muscle enough so that you can actually pay attention for longer periods of time at will, and the thoughts either don't arise, or when they arise, you notice them as further appearances in consciousness, and you can actually notice them without being carried away by them. Right, so the thought still arises, the thought of the conversation you're about to have with your girlfriend still comes up, but you're not identified with it. You're actually, you're witnessing it as an appearance of consciousness in the same way that you're witnessing the sound of my voice as an appearance of consciousness.
I was just thinking about that, how the way you're describing this, and I have heard you talk about this before, and the idea of these things just appearing in your consciousness, and I've certainly realised that I can think of your words right now as that, in a way, without trying to open up the free will question, my own words. They just sort of appear and come out of nowhere, and I guess nothing's really changed except noticing that. And it's weird. It feels like you are sort of taking a step back from it all. And
but the difference between my voice and your voice is that you're identified, or you tend to be identified with your voice. It feels like a self. It feels like I. And yet that is on a subtle level. That's what it's like to be thinking without noticing the present thought arise as an object in consciousness. And what meditation allows you to do, and again, this is all just a matter of paying attention. You don't have to believe anything. You don't have to take my word for any of this, right? You just have to pay closer and closer attention. And this is, many people bounce off this whole project because it's hard to do. Like in the beginning, it's hard to do, right? Like you just find, fuck, this just doesn't work. I tried meditating, didn't work for me. Right? But most people in the beginning they close their eyes, and they're essentially, they think they're meditating, but they're just thinking with their eyes closed. Just thinking. And occasionally they feel the breath for a second, but they're just thinking, like, what good is the breath? And
difference in consciousness, you can begin to feel that consciousness itself, this prior condition, subjectively, in which thought and perception and emotion and everything else you can notice about your experience is appearing, it doesn't feel like I. Right? Because the feeling that you're intuiting as I, the feeling of being a subject in the middle of your experience, is not identical to experience. It's actually just on the edge of experience, or in the center of it, is somehow appropriating experience. It's the kind of unchanging center of gravity in the midst of whatever the experience, right? That sense is itself another experience, is part of experience. Yeah. A little wrinkle of me is something that consciousness itself has a perspective on, and that it doesn't feel like me, right? It doesn't feel, it feels impersonal. It does not feel like a subject is shining its light of consciousness on the various other objects of experience. And so meditation ultimately is nothing more than the task of paying close enough attention to what consciousness is like moment to moment. Breaking the spell of thought, but the moment you notice you're lost in thought, coming back to noticing. It's not blocking thoughts. Thoughts are not a problem. They just are a problem in the beginning. But ultimately, it's not a matter of getting rid of thought or having less thought or having different thoughts. It's just having a perspective on thought, which is the point of view of this prior condition and this mere cognizance in which thought and sound and sensation are arising. And it does connect with the free will conversation, because from my point of view, it completely unravels the apparent mystery of free will, because people think that the mystery is we know we have it because we feel it very deeply. Subjectively it's a truth about us, yet objectively it's hard to map onto the causality of things. But if you pay close enough attention to what it's like to be you, that is, i.e. meditate, you can notice that it's not even a subjective truth about you, because everything just arises. The next thought just arises. The next intention just arises. That the intention that counters that intention, that stops you from doing the thing you intended a moment ago, that just arises. The willpower arises and it wanes. The thought, oh my God, I need more willpower, that arises and is effective or not based on some mysterious principle that you can't inspect. It's all just springing into view out of this condition that is intrinsically mysterious, which you are identical to. It's not that you have it, you're not on the edge of it, you're not using it. Subjectively speaking, experientially speaking, there's just experience and you're identical to it.
The news that we read every day is filled with moral judgments. News outlets make decisions about what stories to cover, and this impacts what issues we focus on as a society. Today, people rarely read beyond the headline before they've decided how they feel about complicated and subtle issues. One way for us as consumers of news to think critically about these moral judgments is by surveying the media landscape in a scientific way to see what trends emerge. And this is exactly what our sponsor, Ground News, empowers you to do. I'm such a strong supporter of Ground News because they're trying to tackle some of the biggest problems in our media environment by gathering related articles from around the world in one place and providing context on the source's political leaning, reliability, and ownership, all backed by a consistent methodology. They make it easy to see them. A man dressed like a cop carrying a hit list of Democrats just assassinated a state lawmaker and her husband in Minnesota. We need to talk about it because there's so much misinformation online. Millions marched this weekend to protect Trump. Race rating, walking, afraid, and perhaps a response. Declared that they are all
Los matters. Speak los matters. Los matters. Does los matter, Mr. Wilson?
Sure.
Gandalf gave them. Man, this guy is slumbering again. Always faded. Laying down is what we are not doing, young man.
What I'm going to talk about today is some efforts that we and others have made to try to expand what I think of as significant mind blindness that affects us because of our evolutionary history and our focus on particular kinds of minds. And I'm going to spend the middle part of the talk discussing results that we have using the collective intelligence of body cells as a model system to understand a diverse intelligence that lives in a weird space that's hard for us to imagine, and the progress we've actually made in communicating with that intelligence. So it's kind of a case study for us. But I'm also going to talk about some much weirder things. If anybody's interested in the primary papers, the data set, the software, everything's here. And then here's where I keep my own kind of personal thoughts about what it all means. So I want to start off by just reminding ourselves of something that happened over history, is that prior to having a solid theory of electromagnetism, we had static electricity, and we had lightning, and we had magnets, and we had light, and we all thought those were different things. Okay, we thought these were completely different kinds of phenomena, and we were also unaware that we actually were only sensitive to a tiny part of this spectrum. What a good theory of electromagnetism did for us is several things. First of all, it revealed that all of these different things are in fact manifestations of the same thing, and that it is a spectrum, and that the labels we put on this spectrum are convenient, but they're for our purposes. The underlying thing is a continuum, and it allowed us to develop technology driven by the theory that now lets us interact with this enormous range of things in the universe around us, to which we were previously basically completely blind. And that allows us to make applications that improve quality of life. So I want to argue that this idea, the idea of a unification that reveals a spectrum and an underlying symmetry to seemingly disparate phenomena, is in fact the exact way we should start thinking about diverse kinds of minds. So in my group, what I would like to do is to develop a framework that helps us to recognize and ethically relate to a very wide range of beings. And so not just the primates and birds and maybe an octopus or a whale that conventionally we think about, but also some really weird
Stay_true1. What's up, Wilson? Did you go to the gym today?
Hello. So, no, not yet. Go at 7. Gym opens at 7.
Stay_true1. What are you gonna hit?
I actually don't know. Probably chest.
Stay_true1. Nice.
Oh right, I forgot the fucking finals going on. She's an e-dater, but she has a PC, bro. Like I don't. Well, no, I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking. $51.70. Dear Lord, Carol. I could have got to 99. Carol, what the fuck? You sleep on call? Oh, of course. Dude, Carol, that's the most e-dater shit I've ever heard, bro. My Discord screen time is super high because I fall asleep on calls, on Discord calls, bro. Like, dude. You lonely ass. Bro, I'd rather be lonely instead of being an e-dater. Get a boyfriend. Two plus two on the side instead of on the three. In the situation. Oh, I'm the stupid idiots. I forgot what my chords look like. I forgot how chords work. Sorry, man. I'm stupid. That was an RP seed.
Almighty Dreddy. I see London, I see France, I see Wilson Zaw sitting on the computer stand, lol.
No, I've stopped smoking the Zaw, man. That's just tobacco. Man, I've been thinking about some stuff right now. Yes. And I'm like totally checked out from shiz.
Almighty Dreddy. What's going on, brother?
I mean, it's not something like, you know, weird or anything. It's just it's hard to explain. Yeah. I need, like, you know, which I'm getting as well. Thank you to everybody. I'm desperately in need for some, like, you know, just quiet.
Almighty Dreddy. I get it if you want to talk, brother. I'm here for you off stream.
No, it's not something that I can't talk on stream. It's just
Oh my. Break spawner, it's a good choice. Probably upwards from minutes. Just try to check it. I just don't know where there's supposed to be two minutes. Just don't know where the two minutes. I don't know, I just think
Almighty Dreddy. Lol, I know I'm just saying man. I forget you're the mountain sometimes faced with tears of joy.
yeah. So it's just yeah. It's just
Almighty Dreddy. I've been learning that it's okay not to be the strongest. Sometimes even you're the strongest.
yeah. Just trying to, like, you know, I kind of get this feeling that that my brain is it's not like comprehending shit, like, you know,
Almighty Dreddy. But is that a bad thing, though?
It doesn't matter if it's a bad thing or a good thing. It's just a thing.
Almighty Dreddy. Oh, well, I get it, just trying to understand where you're coming from, you know.
Yeah.
Almighty Dreddy. Sometimes you just gotta shut TF and let the understanding come to you, LOL.
Yeah, I guess.
I think I get this. There's way too many rotations.
Oh my god, he lost at the very end.
I just fucked up. Dude, I just messed up the terrain to the Bastion so badly. Like, where was the upper terrain? Yeah, I lost time because this dragon was so high. I should've just went for the 2+2. Stupid of me. Where's the upper terrain? Oh, I'm just so fucking stupid. I thought this was all closed up. Just some idiots, Jesus Christ. Ugh. Yes, the video is good. aquaplaning? No way, you just called it aquaplaning.
Almighty Dreddy. Hey man, Emma, get out here. I love you, man. I hope it gets better. I laugh to myself because even though I'm in a better space, I kind of feel like you right now. It's all a blur, but also I'm trying to lose.
Yep, it is all a blur.
When they call it aquaplaning, well, yeah, like they're not Americans. They're stupid. No, I've not been in an actual accident.
Almighty Dreddy. Myself in this shit and find myself at the same time. Nobody ever said this journey is going to be easy, but it's a hell of a ride sometimes.
Yeah. That is true. That is true.
I keep. Wait, my losses are just. It's just. Okay, this is doing so much today. I need to. Depending on the situation, I just need to stop trying to get. Alright, so I need to. I can check for stress. Lower my already at 3 to 4. And then just come into the.
Almighty Dreddy. I'm here though, whenever my G, I'm gonna call it. I hope God helps us all 100 points, flexed biceps, medium dark skin tone.
Yeah.
Genuine question. Oh my lord. Jesus. I feel like I was stuck in this place.
Always faded. 55 blocks.
Yes. Oh, I get it though. I kind of woke up a little early today as well. That's that's one of the reasons why as well. And I've been thinking about, like, why am I feeling so drained and shit. It's like,
Damn it.
Gym time, yes.
Oh! Oh my god.
Oh my god. God, I love being lucky.
I don't care, Pack.
want to see where this chest was. Loading is cute. Oh, that's fucked. It's a good chest. It's so hard to get to. No, ADCR, I've always been a proponent of, like, I mean, there was one seed, I played against balloons earlier, I lost, I overcommitted to strays. I think it's always good, I mean, depending on, obviously, the forwarder, I think it's always good to at least check for strays, because you can just hit. I think, like, it's just a thing of, it's hard to try and balance getting and playing strays, but then, like, if the strays don't hit, don't overcommit, and then hit a spawner. It's a hard balance, I think, that I'm trying to figure out. But I always like to check reports for strays, like lower RD when I enter.
Dude,
motherfucker. You're so cooked. I'm so cooked. I'm so cooked. Is that guy just stupid? Where's that girl? fucking... Why was it like that? Why, like... I need to look back at that. I need to see what fucking... Oh my god. I played that Postman so I know my first bed was late, and that kind of fucked me. I thought I had way more time, so I was like, I wasn't in a rush. I thought I had way more time. And I should have shot the dragon twice here. It was a weird angle. And then my arrow goes through the dragon. It's just stupid. It's just like circling so much. It's just like, it's just so stupid. Get lucky because he was too hired with pearls.
Each piece of our puzzle is 8 million years long. It tells the story of life on Earth in a circle, except it doesn't connect after a cycle. Instead, you have to go on top. We call it a helix puzzle. Each new layer covers the deeper fossil layer below. Now, if you want to see them all at once, just give your ancestors the screw of life. With the special stand we made, you can display and solve the puzzle on. It's also an income. The puzzle's 328 pieces were made possible by and for every one of our subscribers. Join now because this comes in the next box. The first land plant, Dolly Fight Bocati, named after Dolly Parton, because like her, it was discovered in Tennessee. Oh, and you know, we've never found a fossil of the first flower, but paleobotanists believe that this may have been its shape. Now let's continue our life walk of fame with Intellignatus Primordial.
My kids and I invented a fun ninja star game. When it hits something, these are super quick to make. They're not glued. What's cool is the sticks are held in tension. You see that? So it's strong enough that you can just...
I feel like I suck, but like, I feel like at the same time, I'm so cranky. Like, I just keep doing dumb shit. That's why I don't really play. No, I didn't get strays. I mean, I didn't really get any strays that made an impact. Yeah, I didn't get any strays. Oh yeah, someone linked me that. Yeah, maybe that. I feel like that's the only thing I could imagine. That's the only thing I could imagine. Okay, we can just keep it at 1. You know, there's only like one weakest point. number is the point of it being the weakest if you can name 5. Plus record. 2 names. Pigs. Dude, I wanted to itch my nose. Somebody redeem Rooster One. Here. Okay. Well, we gotta go fast because the wood's burning. thought it was too high. I thought the terrain was too high. Yeah, because I lose 20 in the bastion. I should have been like another. Oh, he got like both. He does this. He just has more pigs as well, I think. Oh, he runs out here. Okay, he just plays this way better. Oh my god. Is that pearl hit? Oh my god. Fucking hell. Yeah, I didn't think I was close enough. Yeah, he just plays this way better. I just lose so much time fast. Oh yeah, because I lose time because I fucking. No, I lost time to fucking hog RNG. Or like pig RNG, because I had a pig on my standing where I wanted to do my route. Yeah, it's just way cleaner. Way cleaner. I'm still trading first, but he just gets more pigs as the round's cleaner. Okay. Alright, can I go on? We'll see. We'll see what happens today.
Player 5. Person turquoise waving.
Speak howdy all. Coca raid her. Oh, it's just me.
Howdy. Hello. Alright, we're going gym.
Coca raid her. Speak, I think it's time for you to do some reflection, Wilson. Speak, leave.
Good weather. Hell yeah.
Scout, you stay unfiltered, true.
Yo, Scouts! How you doing? I am hitting chest.
Scout, I'm great. Missed you, man.
Alright. 62, man.
Monkey. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana.
Stretch आएगा. Ja.
Alright.
Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana.
Strong banana.
Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Player 5. LMAO will be y'all's name and profile picture. LMAO man's name is Coca Raider.
Yes. हो गया.
क्लाइंट जाके वो भी फुल नहीं मारना है.
Use my phone. Where I put my phone?
Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana,
Strong banana.
strong banana. Ravik Kumar. I just started exercising today. I am stinky and very behind my peak.
Hell yeah. Smell that sweat.
Monkey. Smell like raw banana.
Yeah.
Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana.
Okay.
Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana.
Hell yeah.
Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana.
एक रह गई.
Indestructible, immortal banana. Monkey. Strong banana. Strong banana.
Best
Strong
banana.
banana. Strong banana. Strong banana.
पूरा पीछे से जाता है
10 प्लेटें उठाई भी जाएंगी हो जाएंगी
Monkey. Strong banana. 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 Strong banana.
oh my god monkey fucking decimated dude I am destruction I used to say that one day I will fit this tank top.
Monkey.
And now this
I am
tank top is
become
loose.
Death, the destroyer of worlds.
Yes.
Theoretical wet work. I see the trolls are out after ink.
What trolls? I have become indestructible. There is no one that can beat me now. Trolls don't affect me anymore.
Theoretical
It's a
wet
sad
work.
existence sometimes.
You got a monkey in the chat.
Sometimes I don't even know if I'm feeling. Oh yeah. Monkey's old dude. Monkey's good.
Monkey. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Monkey. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Monkey. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana.
He's cheering me on while I work out.
Theoretical wet work. Monkey is one of those trust fund trolls I told you about, bro, 2 hearts.
What? Monkey is one of those? What trolls?
Theoretical wet work. Get your super chat donos rocking.
Trust fund trolls? What are the trust fund trolls? Oh man, I don't know what it is, man. Just take it easy. Monkey's been a viewer for way long than you have been. Monkey's been watching for, I think, over 60, 70
Theoretical wet work. Monkey will pay $2 to type that shit into super chat.
Monkey can't super chat. Monkey from India. Actually, no one can super chat because this super chats are not activated. However, you can donate to the link in the description. Or become my Patreon member.
Theoretical wet work. I've seen his type before and I like it. Monkey. Monkey send banana.
Monkey is very intelligent, bro.
Theoretical wet work. Oops. Monkey. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Monkey. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Monkey. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Theoretical wet work.
आप जाहिद भाई ये कौन लगा अभी?
Theoretical wet work.
कौन लगा?
Finger red number 1.
आइसोलेशन करूँ या ये वाली? चलें ये कर लेते हैं इनके साथ ही वो फिर नीचे.
Theoretical wet work. Drop in, give me 20.
No.
Theoretical wet work. Finger push-ups.
कितने लगी?
एक इनका तो एक रह गया, आपका एक रह गया।
वैसे एक रह गया. Gotta do change of numbers today.
Theoretical wet work. Get that stud to do some chin-ups. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah.
Alright, indestructible banana. Jesus on the cross.
Monkey. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana.
Ah, एक मिनट. Yeah. Yeah.
Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, monkey. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Indestructible, immortal banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana.
अच्छा, बस ऊपर वाली लगा. नीचे. ये कर. ये बेंच कर लो. Gotta go pee.
Monkey. I don't think Zayed Bai pays this much attention even to his girlfriend. Monkey. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Monkey. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Indestructible immortal banana. Monkey. No audio.
Indestructible bottle banana.
Touching monkey again.
Monkey touching monkey.
Chillin' monkey over pieces of the ground. Silly monkey.
Monkey. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Oh. Monkey. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Oh. Monkey. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Oh. Monkey. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Oh.
my god.
Monkey.
Multiple bananas.
Strong banana. Strong banana.
Multiple bananas.
Strong banana. Strong banana. Strong banana. Oh.
अच्छा इसके बाद
बटरफ्लाइज
फिर
थोड़ी सी ट्रेनिंग करनी है
कम करूँ ट्रेनिंग
नहीं ट्रेनिंग बहुत ज़्यादा थी
अच्छा
वैसे ही टाइट रही
हाँ तो ठीक है कोई मसला नहीं सोना ही होता मैंने घर जाकर अच्छा जितनी ट्रेनिंग करेंगे उतना आपका जो फैट है वो लूज नहीं होगा
अगर ओवर ट्रेन करेंगे आपकी बॉडी रिकवर नहीं करेगी जितनी आप डाइट ले रहे हैं ना उतनी डाइट नहीं लेनी प्रोटीन भी लेनी पड़ेगी
उसके बगैर जो फैट वो नहीं यूज़ करते
स्ट्रेस हार्मोन आपका मसल फटीग होगी तो आपका स्ट्रेस हार्मोन रिलीज होगा फिर आप प्रोटीन भी खाएंगे तो फैट नहीं करना
हाँ अच्छा 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 तो फिर खाना पड़ता है जो मर्जी हो जाए अच्छा ठीक है
जब प्रोटीन लेते हो उस टाइम मैं आपको बताता हूँ मैं ख्याल करता
तो फिर उसके बाद फिर ये है कि अगर आप ले नहीं रहे प्रोटीन तो जो आप ले भी रहे हो वो भी फैट
Player 5. Mountain. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Oh, ah.
I forgot copyright, man. The OD did. Man, I forgot. It's gonna be bad for us.
Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana. Monkey. Strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana, strong banana.
It's raining. It's gonna rain today. Unreal. It is going to rain.
Monkey. Finally, the rock is going back home.
Finally, the rock has come back. Indestructible immortal banana, indestructible immortal banana, indestructible immortal banana. I just don't feel like talking to anyone. Dude, I just don't feel like talking to, just don't feel like talking. Like, it's fucking weird. I just don't feel like talking. So one thing I've realized is I think very fucking negatively if I don't get sleep. It's not like it's not like
Monkey.
a whole thing and stuff,
Anyway,
but
there is no value of those small talks.
I guess. I mean, at least it makes you feel connected with others. So maybe that's a value. You know. Actually, that's the biggest value. That would go like deep thinkers. Andy would always deny. But excess of too much is just like It's just that I feel dumb, man. Like all these fucking college kids, their videos getting suggested to me, right? And I'm looking at them talking about like fucking topics and like having a very thorough research in their thing and stuff, and it's making me feel like, the fuck, man. Look, it's a good thing that there are like, you know, people who are doing this. It makes you feel like, man, I'm fucking 32. Can't figure out what video to make. Can't put down a topic and this, like, you know, grind it out. Don't know how to research something proper.
Monkey.
Holy.
Kids getting
Monkey,
smarter.
Don't tell anybody. Yeah. I gotta learn how to write a paper, a thesis, and everything. Yes. And then when I get to researching a topic, I research it by the rules, by academic rules. Okay. I can put my personality into it. Okay. But need to know how to write a research paper. Yes. I've not, like, the last time I wrote a research paper was like fucking 7-8 years ago in my English literature class in university. Now I've even forgotten the rules and stuff. So what we're gonna do is, learn how to write a research paper, and then, like, turn that research paper into like a script for a video. That is how you make long format videos. Yes, with substance, like a thought or an opinion does not take more than 5 minutes. If it takes more
Monkey.
than 5 minutes, then it's a very
Yes, the
complicated,
script.
very weird thought that I don't think anybody will get as well. Yeah, no, not a script, a research paper. I've written script and I've talked with script and stuff. So you gotta have like a research paper type thing. And you need to just like belt them out. You gotta do literature review, you gotta cite sources, you gotta cite like, an actual academic paper but in the form of a YouTube video. That is what we're gonna do. Yes. I think that is the best approach towards making long form YouTube videos. Could be anything, like, could be anything, like any question, like, kind of makes you respect STEM field, like, humanities.
Ever thought of making
subjects
reaction
more.
videos?
No. I've made reaction videos. That's how the other channel got popular. I don't like it as a content. or something. Ever thought? I have thought. I've made as well. I think Wilson 2.0 does not fuck with reaction videos anymore. Actually, this is not even 2.0, this is 4.0. See how small talk led me to.
Monkey. This is Wilson Prime.
The milkman's kid.
Oh my god.
What are you doing?
Kill the shit out of me, bro. I just came back from the gym.
The milkman's kid. Oops, sorry, both.
No, the thing was too loud. That's why.
The milkman's kid. It was a little loud.
Yeah, I forgot to. Wait. How are you doing?
The milkman's kid. I'm doing same mole. There's your waiting to ride my mountain bike. I'm looking forward to doing wheelies.
Oh damn, you can do wheelies on the mountain bike. I bet I can do wheelies on the mountain bike now if I try. Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of things that I can do now. Like I got mobility. I couldn't move before, bro. I was gonna do something here.
The milkman's kid. It takes a little while to get used to them.
Hell yeah.
But when you do, they're wonderful.
Yeah. Man, imagine me at 32.
The milkman's kid.
I don't know.
Why couldn't you move?
I was fat, bro.
It was ranked and it certainly went. That's something to know. That's simply how ranked goes as well. It's simply how ranked goes. That's so big. What am I doing? That's all.
The Milkman's Kid. What kind of soundboard is that?
Good. Yeah, as long as you're like hitting your goals
Isabel.
and everything. That's nothing else matters.
What is this heavenly melody blessing my ears?
It's always the most important thing.
This is made by Epic GG. He's a viewer of the stream. I really like this. I play it a lot. Plus it's copyright free, so that's pretty good.
Isabel.
Isn't everybody playing
Mr.
Proverbs?
Wilson
And
still
all the
hasn't
draws are
realized
in-
that he misspelled Wilson in the channel name as Wilson.
So, out of the last 20 games, he's finished 6 seeds, and his fastest completion is 3rd to 3rd.
Isabel. Link the soundtrack made.
I was gonna say, how did he lose? But these are the games where
Mr.
simply.
Wilson is live.
I didn't
I was like,
want to
how
hear
did
the
he lose?
colon.
Isabel. I love it.
Yeah, he has this one as well. This one is pretty good.
Hello. So,
Hello.
So, okay, going. So,
How are we feeling? Are you ready?
Isabel. Pizza Brian.
No way, it's Peter Bryan.
Send me
Okay.
code and we can get started here. Yeah. I just failed 200 like 5 times in a row, but then I switched to 85 and I hit it first try, and it was so easy, like comparatively. So I'm feeling confident. You know, we're just not gonna get 100, and it's gonna be fun. That's all I need. I'm gonna demolish it. I'm ready for this.
okay. Put it in like
Isabel. No, it was the command. Pizza Brian that went like, I love it, was, I miss commands.
You gotta be careful what you say.
You do? No, man. That's a bummer. Hey, how many hours in?
Isabel. You do? Well, deal with it, CUH.
There's an insult because you would never want to chat here, or like.
Deal
I don't get it. Maybe I'm looking too deep. Maybe I should just look at the surface and what it says that you were just stupid. Maybe that's the point. I think it's also fine to talk. I would feel weird because I know my mom said she watched this. Oh, that's another topic I want to bring up in the video. I don't know if I just talk about it today. It's like talking about my mom fucking saying sky crab at dinner. That's another fucking video topic. I should write these down so I don't forget.
Isabel. I guess I love Epic GG now.
I don't know if she would like it. I think, I don't know. I just go back to when I played Minecraft and Xbox 360 with her. Like her one time playing, she said she was gonna throw up because it was like she was on a roller coaster. So I don't know how much she would like it. Like yeah, dude, that's just talking about my game. My game just like freezes there. I did shoot. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
Fitzabelle. Mr. Wilson, my brain cells. I am slowly becoming Ter Zameen Par.
Are you? Tare zameen par. देखो इन्हें ये आंसू की बूंदें
How are you finding these? Wait, how are you finding these?
करवट बदल कर नाजुक से मोती
Australia? Bro, any Australians in the chat, can you fucking explain what's wrong with your country? Australia feels like a fucking death trap for tourism. Like, you like one wrong move and you're gonna have a fucking venomous spider that's like 5 feet tall or something. And then like if you go to the beach, there's gonna be a fucking deadly jellyfish that's gonna like come out of the water and get you. Yeah, but it's like fucking still, they aren't that bad. Beachworms? No, Fire, dude, I've watched videos, I've seen like TikToks. It's like people will fucking like they get like beachworms out of the ground. It's great.
Fitzabelle. Listen to this. Similar vibes.
I can't listen to other songs, man. Copyright and stuff. That's why.
Yeah, I've seen like TikTok videos where like, people like fucking pull beachworms out of the ground, and it like makes me. That's another reason why like, I'm probably like an irrational fear, like not irrational fear, but like going to the beach and shit.
After we get like monetized and stuff, like, then we'll be fine.
Why have this added risk when you know there could be fucking?
This might not be.
Like,
Yeah, this from a game. That's good.
Fitzabelle. Not copyright.
Yeah, video game music works. It's not copyright.
Rushank Rahaja. Hello, Wilson.
Hello.
think in a bad way. You know, I was saying that a couple days ago a lot because today, that's in a bad way. I mean that in the first way.
It's the bell. Yoru-san. Long time no see Gil 3.
I love fading the messages. I love interaction. Why am I messing up my room portal? Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude, if I smile right after I say something, you know, it's just a little tip. I probably said that because I know it's gonna be fucking stupid. Yeah, it's a room portal loafers because I... Is it loafers or loafers?
Fits the bill. Roses are red, violets are blue. Lilies are multicolored, and we have none.
Not always. I think that's the first one. I think you said anything related to Minecraft. Like fucking, I'm a genius. I am a savant. I was gonna say like facade. I forgot what it was called. Anything about Minecraft? A little. You know, I mean, guys just like this much better. It's like not focused at all on the face I get. I don't ball, bro. I don't ball, bro. Okay, Dad. Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say except if a fire is still here. I was gonna say except if you're a fire. I was just kind of hoping you weren't here, so I could say that. I know volleyball. Cool.
Fits the bill. Bye bye, Viceroy. Good night. Happy married life. See you at midnight today.
Good night.
It's a good one, Lucas. There's a couple girls in my grade that went to college for volleyball. One of them went D1. They went to school that I actually worked for, which is crazy. And want to say too much because it could potentially be toxic. It's not that much doxing. I mean, it definitely could potentially be doxing, but it's also just like, it's just like, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say what I'm thinking. Like, I don't want to say this shit or whatever. Wait, did Nerdy already win? Oh, but Nerdy was low-key. Allegedly? Well, is Nerdy alive? Is Nerdy live? Oh my god, okay, we're investigating. I'm investigating. Yeah, Nerdy and Firebird are on. Oh, yeah, no. It definitely was low-key.
Wait, bro, I told you before stream, I did that. I was gonna do that anyways, but I decided to do it today because I wanted to make sure that that was covered as well. Yes. No, everyone at HPG knew this was gonna happen. I told like everyone. You idiots.
They're so stupid. Fuck, I wish I should have won. I wasn't that far behind.
No,
yeah. How the fuck? I don't know. How's there no sound to someone on the replay? No, that's not the one thing. That's why I was in the stroll. I was just like, I was behind. Like, I lost 2 seconds in the nether. I was behind 20 seconds because I fucked my 1D. And everything else was so good.
Oh my god, that was so good. Okay, I got my troll up. Okay, I swear that's the end of the troll. I want to do it as a first seed, that way we could like have like, you know, no more interruptions.
We didn't have to have any in the first place.
Okay, well, I think we did. I think that was fantastic. This is absolutely turning into a YouTube video, 100%. I'm absolutely turning this into a YouTube video. This is beautiful.
You're so stupid. I need to do this Bravo thing again. This is good. I get to learn from one seed.
That's honestly like, wow, that's honestly so good because. Dude, you were saying. This is so it's first.
I gotta get on meta. He probably will. Yeah, it was. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's sweet. Oh.
I don't know how much I believe that, but sure. Yeah, I should have asked Nerdy. Get me and proceed to against Finder again. Also, I noticed Loki. I think Loki's been really forcing so much. I'm gonna try and do that one more often. Especially if I'm gonna be playing strays and seeds. I'm gonna try and force strays. Dude, oh my god, everybody and their mother is live right now. Holy shit. Everybody's stealing my viewer, I assume. Dude, again, hold on. Me, Silver, Nerdy, Osh, Rain, Tingu, Danny, what's this song? It's just like, that's just like okay, so they just let Danny with me. Dude, also, I would think about going back to Rain via Danny's streaming, but I don't want to fucking risk the Rain dropping. I just want to wait till tomorrow. Also, I need the sub 7. I need the sub 7. I will be clinically insane. Yeah, I saw. Yeah. Yes, I was talking about it on stream before you came in. I saw you mentioned it as well. But I think I just lost the match. So I don't want to talk. But yeah, I said Rain is kind of crazy. Rain is like crazier than Silver's. You're already clinically insane. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say yet. Like, dude, if I get to the point where it's like after Pay Some Labs or something, or it's like near the end of the summer and I don't have a sub 7, I will be losing it mentally. Hello, Skelly. Yeah, but they were sick. I feel like the ideal vacation experience. Yeah, I would expect if I go when I go clinically insane, I would expect to see some clips on the Minecraft speedrunning clips channels. I mean, all of them. Yeah, it could be another example of how gambling addictions can lead someone to how they can ruin someone's life. Not only can it be financially detrimental, it can be mentally detrimental. It's not a lava pool, dude. That's not take summer class tomorrow? That sounds awful, Andy. That sounds awful. Good luck, I guess. But yeah, good night. Check to see if there's like a lava pool here. I have so much food. The fucking cornucopia. How I feel? Diverse, very diverse.
Have you thought about seeing a doctor? Or a therapist? Do we have a therapist in chat? I see it inching on my phone. Are you drunk? You drunk, man? Oh, what's that? I'm drunk? Good to know. What is Nerdy doing? Why is Nerdy... Dude, I thought I taught Nerdy Overworld. Why is this guy fucking getting a stone axe?
So why is the iron at the top of the bastion?
I'm drunk on way too much caffeine. I don't know if that's the proper wording, but I've never heard someone having... probably just OD.
We evacuated the bastion.
Oh,
Did
okay,
it fall in his
I
chest?
completely
Yeah,
missed
I'm gonna freak out. So where's the iron?
Nerdy.
Oh my god.
Not yelling at Nerdy, I put in this chat because he was
Like
talking about
this.
the overworld. I put,
So bright.
please, you're making me look bad right now.
Lightning bolt up here? Like, are we serious?
Nerdy's talking to me.
No.
Sorry.
Oh, I never had the Manji chest here.
Okay. Nerdy's coping. Nerdy...
Right.
Nerdy, there's iron nuggets in the chest! Oh, Nerdy. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I want to watch the fucking Feinberg Nerdy 1v100, but it's like, it's
Can't believe you did.
I want to see Nerdy win. I have so much faith in Nerdy. I know I've taught him well. I assume everybody else taught him well.
I was gonna have to hit a
Maybe
3
outside
suit
of,
anyways.
Danny or Hacks,
So it's
but-
probably cooked.
I could say that though. Hacks is probably asleep, and actually, no, Hacks is probably awake. Hacks is probably awake. He's got like a fucking grandpa seat visual. He's probably up so much. But Danny's live, so I know he's not watching my stream, so I can shit talk him. It's okay. All these exams? Shouldn't this shit be over, bro?
Not on this bro.
Like he like always has exams, bro. Like that guy feels. I feel like Hacks is super smart, but at the same time, it's like he's in school so much. Does that just mean he's like super stupid? I don't know.
Oh, it's mending.
This must be really stupid. Going to school for so long.
It's like 5 strays over there.
Yeah, but like it feels like he's in school every
month of the year. It's like, does he not have a summer break, bro? That's my question. Let's go, Bucky. Join the Quake Pro haters.
Like a 4?
It's a good club. No, I will not look down on you. I'll only look down on you if you go through your PhD and you need to take... Actually, I was gonna say if you need to take summer classes. But, you know, summer classes in college is, like, way different than fucking summer classes in college. Like, I mean, it's just... Summer classes are good. But apparently they're, like, super expensive. So it's, like, fucking stupid.
I feel
what things to make fun of? I don't know. That's also true, Tucker. That's also true.
Oh my god, then that's an eye!
I don't really know any majors. I don't fucking know what you studied, or what you couldn't study. I just know, like, the fucking big shit, like science, the mathematics. Dude, I'm like so not focused on RSG right now, bro. I'm just not paying attention at all to like what I'm doing in the times that I'm playing shit.
Oh, that was pretty shit.
Oh, Nerdy died.
What's this? Beautiful.
Not loser. Also, I was gonna say, I was not loser to the fucking sake of that. That me like fell off the
I have 6 because
I was
you
not calling
replaced
Nerdy.
that. I was
I mean, he's gonna lose his seat, but like he's gonna lose. I wasn't calling.
Yeah, never replaced it. I just like it's sort of remember that. I just remember that you like doing those.
Dude, Nate, you're definitely so wasted. Or maybe you're high. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God you finished. You're probably high. Looking at it is. If you're like wasted, you're probably with friends.
You got the 4.
Okay, dude. Okay. First of all, worst overworld of my life. I was still like
No,
laughing and shit and stuff. But dude, you should see my pearl. Like, if you go into the replay, can my pearl like the mobs that it landed? Mobs with my pearl. That's awesome.
I'm just chopped.
Yes, but if we go to the replay, we have to like leave the room. So
Okay,
maybe
it's fine. We can do that later.
Yeah.
Basically,
That's such a good message.
okay. Well, obviously, I was like
That feels MCSR chatters worthy.
I hurled onto the blaze spawner. Instant 3 spawn around me and 2 wither skeletons on me, like immediately, and I just died, like instant. It was kind of rude, but it's okay.
No, the world's really.
Yeah, guys, it's 1-1. I agree. Yeah, it's 1-1. It's 1-1. We're 1-1. It's fine. I can come back.
The world's pretty weird. Are we good? I should have asked that before I started.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah.
It's cooked. It's a burger. Okay, I should focus on my fucking my shit, man. I need to see. Maybe I can check.
I can't do damage by low. why I picked that shoes. Because I could have just done my other shoe. I wonder if it's... I wonder at what point I should grab this wood. What else? Or shovel. Nice. I tried to hit Control S in OBS to save the scene and then it made that really big scene. I need to do record 1-0 like all massive and shit. Maybe it's correct to like make the stone shovel here. This one already can still
Rohan faced with tears of joy. Hello.
Hello, how you doing, Rohan? What's up? I'm gonna get some chicken.
Rohan faced with tears of joy. I'm happy.
Look over the bastion and why. I don't know if this is a triple or not. I'm like too stupid to tell. Well, it's are you beating in the nether or just in real city? It's wanting me to do that as a single thing. I only have 14 pearls.
Mr. Wilson is always live. Resetting.
So weird. Why am I not gonna fucking... Yeah, iron. I thought I grabbed iron. Does this place materialize in front of me or something?
Mr. Wilson is always live. Wait, should I wait until you come back?
You're like, what is happening this one? Everybody fucking die. Everyone die. Pass away. Everyone else want to pass away. No, Wednesday I'll just do like a 12-hour stream or something.
Wait. Oh wait. So is it time to reset? Like I gotta eat as well. If there's some more minutes and stuff, we can just like squeeze in some of the watch time. I love you.
Mr. Wilson is always live. Okay, now I'll reset. Mr. Wilson is always live. Yeah, I only have like 25 more
Oh yeah,
minutes.
then just
Mr.
reset.
Wilson is always live. Love you too.
Then just reset, yeah.